Hello, hello. Happy Thursday, everybody. We are back in Pyanodons. Of course, it just became nighttime when the stream started because that's how this works. Last time, we got this Vrock build done. These are the Vrocks for rails. They don't have... Well, they're still turning on, I think. Yeah, moss is still coming through. Yep. It's just taking a minute for the whole thing to turn on still. At any rate, this is Vrocks on rails, which are needed as one of the inputs to bees, to arqads. So, this is great that this is done. This should support all of our needs for PySci 2 for both arqads and for rubber, although the old build may also... Old build being the one in the sort of regular base up here. You know, this will probably be what runs rubber for the most part, if I can ever figure out why it's broken. But we have some changes to do to this build. I realized, and actually this is a good time to switch over to YAFC, which I don't have set up, sorry. I usually try to do this before the stream. YAFC, alright. If we look at queen bees, one of the things that I realized here is that we need rocks. Or, sorry, we need Vrock food, not just Vrocks. So, to do that, we're going to move the Vrock food build that's currently part of the Vrocks on rails, because this was making its own food. I've adjusted this so that it no longer has food in it, and will tear down everything that we don't need here. And then we'll do a separate build that's just Vrock food elsewhere on rails. So that is our first project today, and then after that we are getting right into bees. There's no other blockers. Looking at queen bees, like we have, let's just link those. We're going to have Vrock food, no problem. We have hot air on the bus, or sorry, on rails, no problem. We have empty comb, done. Ulrich's done. Vrocks, done. Natural gas, done. Tall oil, not done yet. Easy to get going. We're going to, I think, process it just from naphtha initially. There's a few different ways to make it, and this one actually doesn't look too bad, doing this tar refining instead of tops and bottoms. But regardless, for now, we can just set it up because we have naphtha as a byproduct from natural gas. So turning naphtha into tall oil will be fine. Sorry, we just want to do queen bees to start. Natural gas we've got, not a problem. Eggs are coming from a creature chamber, because we're currently still making a lot of arqads the old-fashioned way. And native flora will just dig up somewhere. So we are pretty much ready for this thing to run. We got to add a train station for tall oil, converting naphtha to tall oil, and then we got to do a station somewhere. We got to do our food. There's one issue that I noticed in the base from last time, and that was, it's on the to-do list already, fallback CO2 source on rails. Apparently I said I should do that before I do this rebuild. But currently all of our CO2 on rails is byproducts of other processes. Either the acetylene process here, which generates some CO2, or our concrete process down here. But concrete hasn't been running because I turned off concrete and I turned it into landfill. So that means that this is not going to generate CO2 for quite some time because this will build up a ton of landfill. So we need to get some CO2 on rails. That'll also, I think this wood is all blocked on CO2. Yeah. Fortunately, I mean, I have the moondrop turd, so we actually could set up backup CO2 anywhere, but I'll set it up as its own station. Doesn't really matter where. Yeah, I'll find a spot where I can set it up as a station, and we'll get a bunch of moondrop machines running for CO2 generation. I don't know how many I need, but they're small and they're cheap, and I think CO2 from moondrops is basically zero input, so... Yep, literally just moondrop greenhouse makes 200 CO2 every 5 seconds. So 40 CO2 per second. I don't know what our consumption is. Let me look at EFC for a couple of things. Yeah, logs use just about 40 a second. Well, no, we have twice that, up to 4 times that. So, like, yeah. I don't know. I'll make like 10 greenhouses. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, just take a stack of moondrop greenhouses. That's fine. Let me get up around here. I should have all 10 of those on the way. Yep. Not a problem. And do I have everything I need for train stations? It looks like it. Tanks and all sorts of stuff. Yep. No problem. The bots are mostly assigned right now, apparently, to still getting stone out of storage and turning it into landfill. I gotta figure out what to do with all of the raw coal that I have in storage, and there's all sorts of stuff in here that it would be nice to have sinks for in logistics. Let's see, is there anything else I can clear out of my inventory while I'm here and the Logibots are running? Not really. And I have an extra warehouse. That's just taking up a slot for no good reason. Come on. Are they going to figure out those moondrops anytime ever? I see some bots wandering up this way, so the answer seems to be maybe. There's a couple of them. Yeah, there's a couple more. So yeah, they're probably running out of power, and then because there's so many bots moving around right now, they're having to find charging stations. I should probably think about making a couple of drone charging stations, like, near here, and a couple of more up at the actual Logi Mall, so that there's more slots for drones to charge in those areas, and they don't have to disperse to as many of the sort of surrounding roboports. But that's definitely a nice-to-have kind of thing. Whoops. All right. Do we have our stupid greenhouses yet? We do. Oh, and I need a bunch of moondrops for these too, don't I? How many moondrops does each greenhouse actually use? Where are my moondrop greenhouses? Down here somewhere? 16? Okay. I should be able to just grab moondrops actually from down here. I have a bunch of them, right? Yeah. That's enough. So, fallback CO2 source, and then rebuild rock food, and then oh, okay. Well, I'm glad they built that. That was definitely important. Thanks, bots. All right, fluid pickup station, and then, I mean, these guys basically just ZI, right, for CO2? Yeah. Oh, and power. Oh, did I really not get enough? Did I miscount? 8, 9, 10. Oh, I did. I got 116, not 160. Those are different numbers. This should be enough to finish getting all of these going. And then I want to set the priority on this. Actually, 0 should be fine. Because anything that's pushing out CO2 as a byproduct should have the priority set to 1. Right? Yes. Which means that this will be preferred by most... sorry. This will only get pulled from when there is when there isn't CO2 available at the other stations, which is what we want. Okay, that's one thing done. That was easy. All right, rebuild rock food to be centralized. Let's head over to the rock build and start tearing apart the bits that we don't need. So, we're gonna need less moss, I think. Yeah, only 23 machines. I'll do 24. Oh, most of the moss actually goes directly to the rocks, not to the, All right. So that is those cleaned up. And then we need, I think, all of the same sap machines, 42 of them. Yep. And then the phalange is all for food, so this can all get torn up. And then, oops, a bunch of this is just rock food as well, right? All the seaweed is just rock food, all the seaweed is just rock food, so this all comes up. Oh boy, inventory's full. Let's drop down. I'm gonna have to come back for like all of the modules probably, because those are just gonna take up space. So phalange, I mean I can actually probably just do one of these, huh? Get rid of our stone. Limestone, logs, wood, that's all dump. Phalange. No more requests for wood? Yeah. So what are our requests going to be? Where's the station? Get rid of wood, get rid of tin, add rock food. And water pump? Yeah, I can actually do it right here. Okay. So that is rock food torn up from the rocks. Well, almost. Let's fill up our inventory with Fabuji again. And then I'm going to have to head up to base and figure out my shopping list because I'm going to need more stuff compared to what we've got here. Okay. There is most of this. And then a lot of this is the stuff that I will have to transfer kind of back to the other... wherever I set up shop for Vrock 2s. Or sorry, Vrock Food, not Vrock 2s. All of this will need to be transferred there. Some of this is modules, some of this is other bits and bobs. Speaking of, where do I set up shop for Vrock Food? Preferably somewhere where there's not as much need for landfill, because that was a pain in the butt last episode. But unfortunately, that river's setting on alien biomes is really very assertive, and they are everywhere. Here, this isn't too bad as far as water goes. Yeah, if I cut this, extend down, we should be able to get our station. And we need 3 stations for rock food. We need a fluid input, a solid input, and a solid output. So let's, we're going to go back up to base, and we're going to update our shopping list for anything that we need for this rock food build, because we're going to need a few more Bawaji plantations. We're probably going to need a little more seaweed facilities, a little more moss farms. So all of that will get done over here. Just kind of plop myself back at the, here we go, kind of the main storage, and deal with the shopping list. Alright, so yeah, 20 seaweed crop facilities. Come on, Yefsi. There you are. 10 moss farms. 10 high-pressure furnaces. Seven soil extractors. Four automated factories, which I should have already. 3 spore collectors. Two wood processing units, I've got those. 2 electric boilers, I've got those. 1 washer, I should have that. Maybe not. And an offshore pump, and I always have those. Okay. So just need to wait for the bots to bring all of these things over. And what else do I need to grab while I'm waiting for them? I don't see much. Oh, and 29 Fawaji plantations. I didn't actually... Well, we'll make it 30. I forgot to put those into the list. So yeah, 10 on the way, so we need to make a few more Fawaji plantations. Let's get started with that. What do I need for those? Wood, soil, intermetallics. Alright. That is stuff that I should have floating around in here. Generally. See logs. I don't see wood. Probably blind, but... Well, I can grab logs. We'll turn logs into wood. Intermetallics. Soil's always down here. Oh, and tinned cable, which is up over here somewhere. All right. That should be... Oh, this says there's a bunch on the way. Well, whatever. We might have a couple of extras. We'll put them into storage when we're done. I'm making 8, and I currently have 14. Yeah. Rest of this wood can go, because I don't need it anymore. This bio crud can go. All right, and yeah, we've got 30 at this point. Yeah, the bots, we have more than 30. All right, so I think I'm going to do this right here, like I was saying. I can extend this down without using too much landfill, and there's only a little bit of sort of a spattering of water there. I've got this scaled for 2 automated factories making rock food, which is 0.8 rock food a second. That seems like it will be sufficient for my needs for science and for Pi-Sci 2, for Rolling Queens, for the foreseeable future, basically. All right. So getting this built is actually not going to be that difficult. We're going to build up at this end as far as we can because there's less stuff here. So we're going to have a solid pickup right there. Let's see. That needs to be one of these. And get rid of those. Okay. Solid pickup through here. And then opposite it, we will have our solid drop-off and our liquid drop-off. And a liquid drop-off, fluid drop-off. There we go. All right, so our pickup station is going to be this stuff. Our drop-off is going to be logs, stone, and tin. So down here we have a bunch of tin and logs that I said I wanted to try to bring up so they don't all end up in just logistic storage from being trashed. So tin, and I will come back for logs. And then the fluid drop-off is going to be CO2. Tin there, and grab the logs too. And stone, actually. So this needs stone. This needs tin plate. And this needs log. All right. And then on this side, we're just a provider. Yeah, that's all fine. CO2 delivery. Okay, so off of this, we're going to need a couple of different... I'm going to get rid of power on this for now so I can get all my sort of outputs figured out. We're going to need a couple of different outputs, so we're going to need one for logs. And tin plate is a whole 0.2 a second. And stone is 2.5 per second. Okay. 2.5 a second can just be 2 of these, I think. Stone. And tin plate is just 1. All right. Now we can repower all that. So the stone goes into moss along with the CO2, so we can do that kind of right here, I guess. Phaology. Here, let's get rid of this. "30 phaology plantations is kind of big, but also kind of not that big. Yeah, we're only making 1 phaology a second, like... All right, that's 10, 20. $30. There we go. Slightly more than I can see if I'm not zoomed all the way out. So yeah, 30 of those, along with... Hello, hello. How are you doing today? Where was I? 10 moss farms as well. Okay, that's 10 moss farms along with the Fawaji. All of these make like minimal items per thing, right? Yeah. No, well, that's not what I want. Okay, and the Fawaji is fine too, so this will be a belt of moss and Fawaji, because both of those are fed just directly into the Vrock food. All right, and with that in there... Oh, I need the Fawaji spores. That's fine. Spore collectors are easy. We'll do them on this side. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. How many per second do each of these make? 0.12. Yeah, that's a gray inserter. What science tier? I am still working my way towards Pi Science 2, so I'm at Logi-Sci. I am working right now on a Vrock food build. I built my Vrocks already. I didn't build the food for them, and this is the last prerequisite, and I can start rolling for Arqad Queens. So I'm working on the last of the little bits to be able to start rolling for queens, and then I need to figure out what the next big part of Pi Science 2 to work towards is. Which I've been told should probably be Corlex. Apparently they're a pain. Alright. That should be... I mean, I need to put the modules in for all of these, obviously. So this needs its stone input as well as the... So leave a path for the stone. How much stone do each of these take in when they're moduled? Yeah, just one gray inserter each. Oh, really? All right, there's stone in from these guys. There we go. Let's go grab some moss to use as modules and a bunch of phalangy, and the bots can fill up all of those. I have a bunch of that stored down here because where I had moss and phalangy to begin with, because I had it as part of this build before I realized that I needed rock food separately, not just as part of rocks. So, moss in each of these, and phalangy in each of these. Okay. That will slowly turn itself on. This is exactly ratioed on the phalangy, so it will, actually, I have one too many. It's 29. I made 30 because I thought they were going to be, like, doubled. You know, flip two sides of one belt. But since I ended up not doing that... That was weird. But since I ended up not doing that, I can do the odd number. Moss is exactly correct at 10. And let's see, let's get our 2 automated factories here, and we will figure out how we're feeding in. I'll actually leave space between them. I suspect I'm going to need it. Rock food. Okay, so coming in on this side, we've got the belt that we just made. So that is, I'm going to do 2 inserters. 3 inserters. For moss and phalangy. This isn't hooked up yet, that's fine. And then I need another belt of, I guess it'll be tin and tree seeds, and I've got my 2 spoiling things, and I've got steam. Okay. Hey, Starfighter. Monitor who dis. Nice. Does it have all the hertz? Ah, 1440p. Yeah. So you can watch my streams that are downscaled from 1440 to 1080 and then re-upscaled on your monitor. The way it's meant to be seen. What are you? Train is stuck. But why? Oh, because I didn't do this. Now it should be like, yes, we have all of the CO2. All right, I can get this unstuck just by getting CO2 plumbed in to here. There we go. And the last thing this is going to need is its moss, which is 1. Okay, that's not too bad. Let's find our washer. And find one of these things. And nope. Where can I get water from? Water can be here, why not? Okay. That will be muddy sludge eventually, which is the last thing that the moss needs to turn on. Biology is just running. Yep. Beautiful. Oh yeah, we've already got our first few batches of it. Exciting. So on this side, we're gonna have we're gonna have a loop, and this is for the things that spoil. Because this is the best way I know to deal with things that spoil. And to take it... Let's actually make this just a touch longer. Take it out here. No, that's not going to work. I'll do it without starters. That's fine. So, oh, we actually have quite a bit of stuff that we need to build for the spoiling things. So yeah, this is going to have to be a big sushi belt. So let's rethink that a little bit. I'll have it come up this way, and then I'll figure out how it's going to behave as a sushi belt. So I need 6 furnaces making cellulose and 4 furnaces making agar. All right. Actually going to do these one further away. There. You know what? No, I don't actually have to do these one further away. Changed my mind. And of course, I just broke the CO2 pipe. Okay, so these need steam as an input on this side. I also will need steam up here, so this is all going to have to hook up to steam. I've got water here. I'll pull that in. These guys just need wood and limestone. That is easy enough. And yes, one inserter is enough for this as well. Again, one. Okay. So this will be 0.2 a second, 0.1 a second. All of this really wants to be gray inserters. And inputs are also fairly low. Gray inserters. Okay. And then we loop, because this has to be a sushi belt. Priority input left. And then over here, we will have output filtering biocred, because that's what actually comes off of both of these. They both boil to the same thing. That's great. Love it when that happens. Okay. Got to deal with the biocrud somehow. Which right now is this. That's a problem for another day. And then... $120 slots. This stacks to 100. All right. So these all need to be hooked up to... circuit network. And these will be enabled if rock food is less than 120 times 100. Yeah. So basically, these only run... And that is not Vrock food, is it? That's Vrock paddocks. How did I do that? Okay. So I think that's pretty much it. I need a few more. I can't make enough by hand, so I'm going to have to run up to base to grab the gray inserters that I need. This is not running because no stone. Because no stone. Because... oh, these are not negative. Okay, there we go. Now this will start requesting things. And... yeah, so this needs wood, and it needs the... let's get wood coming in. Put that up there, but that's not where we're going to do it. We're going to do it here. Let's do you right through here. All right, that'll be wood. And we also need how much limestone? Geez, 6 machines digging up limestone. All right. Oh, that is not enough space for those. Let's just do it here. That way I have plenty of space and I don't have to think about it. All right, soil extractors making limestone. Oh, and that's pushing the wrong thing in, isn't it? I'm pushing logs up. I need wood. I did this the first time I did this build. I just did it again. Let's disconnect that. Let's drain this. Okay. You are going to be logs, but you are just going to do a little detour through here. Because you just need to feed 2 of these guys. There we go. And yeah, this says we're only going to make like 4.2. No, 5 point. How much wood are we actually making? 5.7. Yeah, that'll fit on half a belt. I don't have to mess with that. And then we need to pull off a little bit of it to make tree seeds that need to join up with the tin, and that's going to be automated factories. So let's do that here. And get 2 automated factories. 1, 2. Making tree seeds, which are always easy. And then this comes out alongside. Sure. No. Rather it come through here, honestly. And then right over here and down. Okay. This still needs power. There. And I don't know, like there. Those need power, but that's okay. I don't want to turn them on just yet. And then these are going to need steam, and yes, let's get the steam hooked up. Oh. Well, that's... Let's do steam on this side. Okay, that should be all steam. How many boilers do I need? 2. Let's get... Guess we do it up here. All right, that is boilers. That'll be steam. So I think that just leaves, well, plugging these in for power so that they actually turn on. And, a bunch of inserters for output and seaweed. But Twitch is yelling at me that it is been an hour. So I'm going to let ad run top up my water. I will see everybody in 3 minutes when the ad is done. All right, we're back. Sorry that took me a little extra time. I spilled my tea and had to clean it up. That was exciting. Okay, where was I with this? Right, I have to go get inserters, and then we can build the seaweed part, which is how many seaweed farms? That's going to be a big build, isn't it? Yeah, 20. And then we can go turn that whole thing on. And then once that's on, we can actually start with the arqad build, which is my big goal for today, for sure. We just need these. Is there anything else I need while I'm up here? Medium power poles look nice. Some undergrounds, maybe. In theory, the bots will bring me a lot of this stuff, but it's not always worth waiting around for them. They're busy doing other things. Okay, so there we go. So I'm not going to power these yet because I do want to get the seaweed built. Okay, oh, that's like full. So we have 20 seaweed farms. Okay, that's not too bad to build. They are big, though, aren't they? Oh, I turned off alt mode. I'm like, what is going on with my view? Why can't I see? Sometimes if I alt tab weird, alt mode turns off, and I have not totally figured out why yet. Oh dear, that water pipe goes right through there, huh? Not anymore it won't, because that's a bad place for that water pipe. All right, water into all of these, water into all of these. Oh, that has to be there. Okay. Never mind. I was hoping that I could, like, scooch this belt through with that underground in the right spot, but it's not going to happen. I am still going to route it, I think, through the top here. It's not quite where I thought I would. Okay, we need modules and then power. Should have a bunch of modules down with the rocks. Then down here as well, power. So all of these are set up to only turn on when this is not full. I could probably actually set the threshold to like 10,000 instead of 12,000. Let's do that. There will always be a little bit of loss, but... Oh, I forgot to actually, like, do my outputs. Let's do that. Not there. That's wrong. Come on, Brandon. How do I want to do this? Yeah, this is fine. And then any bio crud that comes out of these will end up in there as well. Alright, I think this is done. So I think this will work spoilage-wise. Don't see why it wouldn't. I guess the only... Well, it's exact, isn't it? Yeah, it's exactly 4 agar machines and 6 cellulose machines. So as long as these guys are running... These are not running. Oh. Well, that'll do it. So yeah, as long as these are running, because this is exact, this should be pulling off of here just as fast as these can make it, and it'll never back up. And if this is stopped, it's either because this is full, in which case these guys would have stopped producing, or, you know, it's a situation like this where these aren't running because something else is blocked, in which case, well, it's broken and there's not a lot I can do. This is definitely a throughput-sensitive build, which is not super ideal, but... Because, like, yeah, it apparently doesn't have any stone right now. That's a problem. I'm surprised we don't have any stone, actually. Yeah, copper is stopped. Copper is full. Shouldn't we be pulling copper at least into the main base? Apparently, not fast enough. Does this mean that science has stopped? Oh, yes, it does! Alright, what broke science? We have no red science. Red science happens up here. We have no glassware. No rubber? We have no rubber. Does that mean we have no rocks? The rocks are all yellow. We have no cages. Wait, these are all blocked on... How do we not have rubber if we're blocked on formic acid? Stone. We have no stone. Is that because... Yes, it is. This runs rubber. I didn't realize that when I turned it off. Well, that'll be a problem. And also, that is a tiny amount of stone again. Missing fluid. Yeah. I'm missing fluid because... I mean, this is all running fine. Light oil. Backed up on light oil. Backed up on what? No. That never happens. I mean, apparently it happens, but... Yeah, and this isn't running either on this side. To burn this off. Well, it's burning it off as fast as it can, but... There's just plenty of steam here. And this side isn't even running at all. This side is fully turned off, which is ridiculous. I've never seen this. What's going on? Are we not making alloys anymore? I mean, we're still making alloys. Apparently not fast enough. Yeah, I apparently need more stuff pulling liquid fuel from the bus, pulling gasoline. It was not on my bingo card for today. I don't really know how to fix it. Yeah, that's requesting whatever. Logs are just slow. Logs are just slow. Oh, this side is not on. What's wrong with it? Did I plonk this down and then never hook up its plumbing? Quite possibly, yes. What are we waiting for? We're waiting for moss. Oh, and we don't have stone. Yeah. Because the base isn't pulling copper, because the whole base is stopped. That's right. Okay, let's fix this first. Let's find our CO2 pipe. And let's find our water pipe. And let's get the muddy sludge pipe. Ooh, this one's kind of ugly. Oh, no, this has its own muddy sludge running. It just needed water. Okay. And then this needs some logs to bootstrap seeds. That should do the trick. That should be enough to get this rolling. Once the moss turns on. Yeah, the moss is turned on. Not that that'll help with the other issues with the base. But it is a thing that was wrong. So, I need stone. It might be time to set up the pitch to stone loop. Which seems like a waste, but... Or has seemed like a waste, because up till now I've had plenty of carbolic oil. But if the system is stalling, then I should have pitch to spare. And if I cycle that pitch into stone instead of whatever I'm doing with it, probably turning it into... Yup. Yeah, this. I'm turning it all into coke, which just gets liquefied and turned into other stuff. Yeah, which is currently blocked because I'm not pulling enough gasoline. Which means that I'm not making... That's light oil. Where's carbolic oil? Yeah, carbolic oil coming out of here. And then this side is like fully stopped because, or it was fully stopped because these guys couldn't run because all of this was running full speed. Oh, but this is blipping now. Okay. That's actually good. Yeah, this got itself down to 32K here. And this pump is running, if slowly. So we are turning back on. Okay. Okay. That's a good sign. Where is... Yeah, because stone through here is now completely bypassing these landfill factories, which is expected until stone comes back online or I add more stone sources somewhere. And then, yeah, down here... Okay, it is slowly coming in. We are turning back on rubber. And as the base turns on a little bit more, a little bit further... Yeah, latex coming on up, coming on up, coming on up. This will also put more demand on my tar processing, which will give me more carbolic oil, which should give me more stone. Okay, so I broke the base by redirecting that stone in the wrong direction. Good to know. But I think it is slowly coming to life. I do have some stone, I guess, that I can drop off down there from my inventory. And the base coming to life should mean copper demand again, which should mean stone on rails eventually. It's just a matter of when. Because, yeah, this is all going to start spoiling if this system doesn't turn itself on soon. Okay, good. Yeah. We're pulling copper again, which means we'll start generating more byproducts again shortly as this system finally gets itself moving. But yeah, when this stalls, it stops generating wood or stone for quite a while. There's a lot of buffer in these belts compared to the steady state speed of all these things, right? Because this pulls, 3 3/4 items per second, and this belt holds however many, so it adds up pretty quickly. But yeah, this is spitting out a little bit of stone again. What about solder? Solder's probably just like hanging out, doing nothing right now. Indeed. Well, every once in a while one of these turns on. Yeah, every once in a while one of these turns on and it'll trigger a delivery. Good to know, good to know. Oh, this is supposed to be connected. But it is not. Let's go see what's up with that. That was supposed to put solid solder on rails, as well as have molten solder available to the base. Or as well as having solder available to the rest of the base. I wanted to have solder available on rails here. And I'm unsure why it ended up with... I mean, I'm sure it's just a disconnected belt hiding behind trees. Oh look, it's a disconnected belt hiding behind trees. Alright, yeah, this is going to end up requesting more solder much sooner in that case. But obviously filling up this big buffer is only a temporary solution to generating stone. It's not a long-term solution. Speaking of, how's the main base stone doing? Yeah, we have a lot more carbolic now. As the base turns on, we have more carbolic, which means more stone coming through. Which means that we should catch up eventually on our stone demand through... where is it? Through here. Right now it is all still kind of going through, and you can see the thicker belt, more full belt, hasn't caught up yet to where we are. But this stone should slowly but surely be accumulating down here. And it is, yeah. And as it accumulates, it will, it'll eventually back up and it'll start making landfill again. Oh, hydrogen pickup. Nope. Wood drop off. Where's hydrogen pickup? Is that this one? Yes. Alright. Well, besides not having a consistent source of stone for this machinery, this is in fact running. Unclear if it will be able to produce enough for a full train load. I think down here we should have... Did we add it to the requests? We did add it to the requests, but I never actually, like, hooked it up right. So that needs to be done. Oh, and there's a couple things messed up down there. So let's get that stuff hooked up. I'm trying to decide if I want to try to do more stone production somewhere, just so I can be pushing stone more easily into the rail system. Or if I think it'll kind of come back on its own. Hard to know. Alright, so this should be hooked up like this. That goes through, and then somewhere here... Yeah, this is the Vrock food. Which I think is probably only a couple of inserters worth. Beautiful. And all of these probably want... Well, some of them want... Oh, some of them want moss, because the moss has been disconnected. There's still some Vrock food on the loop. So this will spit out a few more Vrocks. Oh, we have heaps of Ulrichs. That's fantastic to see. It looks like we could stand to have just a few more empty barrels through the loop. I'd just like to see this kind of fully saturated up to like here. Yeah, that looks good. And these guys are gonna kind of slowly turn back on as moss accrues. Should do like that kind of thing. And then I can actually see what's on the loop. I guess I could change our request thresholds. To like 10 stacks instead of... Oh, I'd need to override the request threshold just for Vrock food. Ugh, that's a pain. I know I can do it. I need like one of these guys in... Station control mode. Manual. No. How do I do this? Let's get to Factorio mods. Station control mode. Place adjacent to the second set of inputs that can be used. Any non-zero cardinal signal given on the input will override the station's request thresholds just for that cargo. Okay. So if I do this, if I say we want to keep like 10 stacks on hand. Sorry. We want to request 10 stacks, and we want our request threshold to be 5 stacks. And you're on station control mode. Maybe we'll dispatch something for 5 stacks? Oh, but these are stack thresholds, so does this actually need to be a 5 instead of a 500? I'm going to say probably yes. All right. Now you're requesting 5. Now will we end up dispatching a train? Because we definitely do have 5 stacks. Oh no, we don't have the stacks. I was wrong. I thought we'd be able to do it there. Alright, this isn't a lot of moss, but it should get us up over that threshold. Alright, so let's change this back to 5 stacks. And we'll see if that behaves correctly once we have 5 stacks available to send. Otherwise, we will... Oh, also, my depot's getting full. I didn't realize when nothing's happening how full the depot is. I'm going to have to grow the depot. Are we doing science again yet? We are, and that means that we should actually be pulling copper. And not really. I mean, this is just fully stopped, which is kind of surprising. I was going to say, I'd at least expect this to be running, pulling small parts. But I guess it is still kind of just catching up. Rubber up here is actually... Oh, look at that. There's extra rubber. I could actually do this. Let the construction bots figure that out in a minute. Oh, really? 93? We need 7 more crafts. Where am I going to find stone? This is set as low priority, right? Making sure. No. Ooh. Okay, this is a problem. This needs to be set as low priority for stone. So, we're going to need to do another station control thing, I think. And clear all of this. Okay. Oh no, we already have a priority on this. Okay, this whole station is low priority. Never mind. Although it should be higher priority for, or normal priority for coke, probably. It doesn't matter. Don't care. Good enough. Alright. Yeah, until we get more, like, stone running through. See what my options are right now for stone. So yeah, crushing bricks, force fraction, mixed ores, which I haven't even started doing yet, but will apparently generate stone, phosphate, oil sand. I mean, there's a bunch of stuff that is going to be putting stone out into the system. which is why I kind of don't want to spend huge amounts of time on any particular, like, implementation of adding more stone into the system, because, like, I know that we're gonna end up with plenty. But right now it's all stalled, so I need some of it. Alright, well that'll dispatch a load of stone, but it'll probably go... Actually, there's really no way of knowing if it'll come here first or if it'll go to rock food, I don't think. One thing I can do is go up to the main base and find an excuse to use a bunch of copper. Because that'll keep pulling copper from the rail base, and that'll give us stone. But also, like, if stone is starting to back up at all, it's really not. Let's see, this stone comes around here. Yeah, so this is what feeds moss, and that is, I mean, obviously not backed up. Might someday be backed up, but is not currently backed up. And then over here, this is the one feeding basically the rest of the base. And that loops all the way around down to here. Oh, where it is backing up. Holy crap. Okay. That's actually great to see. So we are catching up on stone on the main base. Which may mean that I can potentially fork some off and make a stone provider. That is sketchy, but I think as long as I make it low priority, it should be okay. Yeah, let's go... Oh, stone's right up here. That wouldn't be too hard to run a belt down to where I can make a provider station. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. I don't fully love the idea, but I think it's what I'm going to do. Just so that we have a little more stone, and I'll make it a lower priority, Oh, this is all stuff. That's bad. Oh, that's bad. Ooh, that's bad. I didn't realize that this was backing up this way. Okay. Let's fix this first. Why are we backed up on shale oil? Probably because our shale oil processing isn't scaled to handle what's going on. So if we come over here and look at... Yeah, these guys are all... Oh, it's all output full on light oil. It's exactly the same as the rest of the base. We're backed up on gasoline. Ugh. Okay, let's fix the gasoline back up. I hate to just burn off a bunch of gasoline, but it's what I'm gonna do because it's all I can do at this point. And then once all right, that will burn off a little bit of gasoline. What do you mean no input fluid? You're at 100 gasoline. Oh, there's no water? What? Oh, yep, there's no water. All right. This should help a little bit. I don't love it, but it will help a little bit. Keep the system moving. All right. And that might or might not unblock this. Seems like it has unblocked this. Well, each of these can do 75 shale oil a second. So that's up to 300 shale oil a second. You can run... This is 150. Yeah, so this should be able to run these. Right? 37.5, so that's 75, 150. 25, 50, 75. Oh no, we're one short. Aha! Alright. That is just one more machine doing this, which should keep all of these ones running consistently. So this is pulling in up to 300 shale oil. How much does each of these make? 50, 100, 200, 300. Okay, so I only built this for like the actual capacity that I had before as far as shale oil coming through. So this system needs to be doubled for all the extra shale oil, which is not easy, but not hard, I think is the answer, unfortunately. But maybe that's fine. I mean, getting this stone running at double speed was kind of a half-baked plan anyway. And some of the shale oil does get burned off up here as well for fuel, whatever that costs for the steam cycle. And I probably should... Yeah, I probably should. What do I need for a few of these? A bunch of iron plates. Okay. Yeah. Is this pipe? Oh, condensates. Yes, my nemesis. Alright, I think if I take, like, this whole section, get rid of it for now, I can grab these four. Fortunately, I do just kind of have the space here for expanding this. And then... let's see, we don't need that one because that already connects down here. Let's find, yeah, this guy. Plop that down there. All right, that is steam. Oh, yeah, steam has to also kind of be connected across, doesn't it? Because it needs to go up into the machines. Alright, and then there's somewhere where I was feeding steam overflow. Yeah, we'll just do that right here. Yep, steam overflow back to the main base. That is fine there. And then on this side, we're going to have this pipe here needs to go up to... can process 100 a second. Okay, so we do need more of this capability, but we also are using all of our kerosene. So, like... Seems silly to build up that capacity right now. So I'm not going to. All right. That should be fine. I might need more of these furnaces as well to burn off some of the other side products. We'll see if we start backing up on them. Whoop, the bots are coming to life, trying to bring me all the crap that I need. Oop, stop. How many of those do I need? I need one more. All right. And it needs steel and iron. Steel. A little more iron. And I'm gonna bet we're gonna make too many condensates. Maybe not. Maybe we're fine. How much can each of these pull? Ugh. Oh, here we go. 74 per second. So that's 150. Okay. I mean, these will make a lot. I believe that this was sized for 4 of these. Probably same with the heavy oil, although heavy oil... We're making up to 200 a second. Fuel consumption. 14.8 megawatts. And heavy oil is 800 kilojoules. So that's 800. So each of those will do 18.5 a second. So yeah, 10, 11. 5 is probably fine. So yeah, these need to be doubled. These were sized quote-unquote correctly originally. All right, so I need 8 of those. What do I need for a bunch of those? I'll just ask for them. Because I'm pretty sure they are on the system, and I just have to get into range. And the bots will figure it out. Okay. Down here... Out of curiosity, how is this going? We do have stone. We got a stone delivery. Which means this is making lots and lots and lots. But we have not issued a request here yet. Alright. Maybe this does need to be 5 stacks. Or maybe that's not working correctly in station control mode and I have it in the wrong spot. Oh! Oh no, that's a gas. Did I put it in the wrong spot? One place adjacent to the train... Oh, adjacent to the train stop of an already existing combinator. Okay, so yes, those are in the wrong place. Let's go fix that. Because I can't move it remotely. I have to get down there still. Since I don't have RoboPort coverage over the whole extended base, I can only do simple fixes up here, not down there. I wish that it would tell me. I wish that it would, like, flash something, or there would be some kind of indication on this thing that it's, like, in the wrong spot. Alright, so let's set that threshold back to 500, although I may have already dispatched a train for it when it was at 5, so we'll have to keep an eye on it. And yeah, and this should request... Well, it should request, I think, 10 stacks. Because that is... what it's actually configured to request over there. Yep, and then once it brings that over, I'll just have to see if this requests another train way too quickly, or... sorry, no. Yeah, 5 stacks, 500 items. That should be fine. It is at o'clock, so I'm going to let that run. I will see everybody in 3 minutes. It is a good opportunity to get some water, etc. And then I think we can finally start building the bees, because rock food is running, and that means rocks will run. So we're in a good place. Okay, we're back. I'm still trying to figure out what's going on with station control mode thing. So when this was at 500, 5 stacks. Oop. There's a train coming. Nope, that's a fluid train. Oh, we don't have enough to request it. That's why. We're backed up on not having stone again. Or logs, for that matter, which is surprising. Why no logs? Nope, it's just taking a while. Alright. Yeah, I probably should get the rest of this wood build, finish it up. Because this is the only source of logs in the whole rail network right now. Alright, so I still don't know if this should be at 5 stacks or 5 quote-unquote items, because we're doing stack thresholds. It's not clear from the docs. But oh, there it goes. All right. Yeah, this is all, well, trying to load itself in. Oh, it wants a lot more water barrels in the loop. I didn't realize that. I'll need to, do I have some steel? I do. Let's make, a bunch of water barrels to get in the loop. But this is looking, I mean, better. Stuff is still missing ingredients. The sprites are just that large. The flowers are only loading into one lane. The outside lane is all of the incoming ingredients, and the inside lane is only cocoons. The sprites really are just that big. Okay. Get a few more water barrels in the loop, because I'm not happy with how many are there. But this does look like it is mostly working now. Everything, well, this is red. Why are you red? You don't have enough flowers. Why not? I'm worried we might not have quite enough capacity on one lane of this for how much stuff we need per second. I mean, we definitely do have enough for how much stuff we need per second. Maybe the issue is that I put too big of a multiplier in. Because, yeah, these each need 8, and there should be 13 of them. Yeah, so that's 80, 104, plus 80 is 184, and this is set at... Yeah, I put all of these at double. Maybe we go down. Maybe that is the magic number that we need, is that this was over full on this belt. Of course, these crafts take 35 seconds, and these ones take, I don't know, 130 seconds, so, like, it should probably be some fraction of what we need per second as the, or some multiple of what we need per second. I could probably do that with Yafsi, can't I? Can I, yeah, duplicate Vrox on rails. Let's just look at this. So if we just have rock and rock cocoon... And if I set this to custom increment of like... There we go. Well, actually, just do a minute. Let's just have a minute's worth of stuff in there. Yeah. 274, 126, 114, 63, 23. That's easy. So... that is still less than what I was doing. Well, less of some things, more of others, which is kind of the point, is that we were running out of some things, but not out of others, right? And 63... All right. So 274, 126, 114, 23, and 63 here. And now we are going to have probably too many barrels because there's fewer kept in the loop, but we'll just have to see how that goes. This should maybe just be a one-laned belt coming in instead of two. Now that I'm thinking about it. Because I think otherwise we're gonna have one of the lanes that gets pulled from a lot more, and we're in this weird place where like we've got a bunch of spoilage backing up on one half of it. So since it all will fit on one lane, I don't think 2 lanes is necessary. And that should fix some of this issue where it's like sometimes pushing in spoilage and sometimes not because half of it's been weirdly backed up. All right, and that comes up to being... how many items in total? A lot. 400, 514 plus 86. Exactly 600 items a minute? That's impressive. And each belt is what? 4 items? How many belts do we have? More than enough to hold 600 items. So this should eventually be able to stabilize itself. Maybe. Yeah, there's a lot of fluorospalanin on here still that needs to kind of be flushed through the system. And I mean, the way this system is built, it will just always be making fluorospalanin. There's nothing to be done about that. It doesn't have an off switch. It doesn't stop mining flora ever. so it will always be spoiling, but... Ooh. Oh, I had one of these for each. Oh, that's interesting. Let's not do that. Let's do this better. If I do this, I can whitelist fluorospalanin and biomass. That's why this is taking so long to clear, because only one of these outserters was running at a time. Yeah, let's get all of this spoiled stuff off the belt. That will help a lot. Because right now, like, it's actually cycling all the way around and is taking up space, and it's keeping things from loading. Oh, and now this is stopped because there's no stone available to it, so the whole system's going to stop again. But... It was working. For a hot second, it was working. But we're back to not having stone. And I assume no stone here either. Yep. Oh no, we have stone here. What are you... No logs. Eh? Yeah, apparently we just have that much demand for log right now. Oh, we just emptied out at the main base requester. Alright, that's fine. Oh, but each of these... I need to redo how I'm getting all of my wood through this whole system, actually. Because right now, I'm not prioritizing the wood from inside the base over the wood from the rail base, and that is going to cause problems. So let's get up there, let's redo wood, let's get it all, like, lane balanced appropriately so that we're pulling from... so that we prefer to pull from the main base no matter what. Alright, starting here. This is like an output, and we'll fix it eventually. This... Actually, this can come through here still. That's not what we want. We want this. Because, yeah, this one outputs on the bottom of the belt. This one outputs on the bottom of the belt. This one outputs on the top of the belt, and this one outputs on the top of the belt. Okay. So it's this. Nope. This was also correct. It's this one coming in. That I don't want to come in here. I want to bring, like... here. Some great new spaghetti. Okay. So this now merges in with the main base here. Preferentially pulling from the right. And that should mean that these are always running, or these will always try to run. And then this will just run as a backup when this is behind. And obviously it's going to take a little while for all of this to flush and to catch up and to choose to do that, but that is the theory. Now, it would be nice to get lane balancer on here as well. So we split, we do 1/2 straight through, that gets merged, and we do 1/2 lane swapped. And then we pull this back to where it actually belongs. There we go. That should be lane balanced now. And this guy's not on the lane balancer, so it's going to be slightly off balance. And I mean, I could fix it. I was gonna say I don't care, but actually, I kind of care. Alright. So that should be better wood handling from the main base now, where it will prefer to pull from its own system and only pull from the rail base when it has to. Obviously, it's going to take a little while for all of this to drain and to actually get used that way, but that is the theory. Hopefully this won't request for a while now. Which means that the next time this is actually ready to spit out wood, which is slow. Yeah, let's see what we need for getting the rest of this done. Clearly this did not all happen the way it was supposed to. Oh yeah, this whole thing is funky. I think I tried to just, like, copy and paste this and flip it vertically, and I failed. So let's do that. There we go. So what do I need here? I need 6 soil washers. I need 6 washers. I need 11 moss here. I need 4 nurseries, 4 forestries, 4 wood processors. Also need 2 sheds. All right, let's head up to base and let's grab all the stuff for this. Let's get wood doubled because that's one of my bottlenecks. How's stone doing? We are still stopped on Keragen because we're stopped on shale oil because I never finished this system. Ooh, indeed, I did not finish this system. Oh, and I do still need oil burners. I need 10 of those. Alright, bots, bring me the goods. And getting this fixed should unblock stone. I'm still thinking about whether or not I want to make a stone pickup station down here. If I think I have enough stone for that. But it's hard to tell when it keeps stalling on other things. I should really get Roboport coverage up into most of this part of the base. That's all fairly permanent infrastructure, I think. Well, as permanent as anything ever is. Alright, I'm waiting for one more wood burner, and then I can run over and take care of that area. And once that is done, we can go down. There we go. Go down, finish rebuilding wood, and then... Oh, I actually got everything I need. Once wood is rebuilt... There we go. Yeah, 62.5 per second with a fuel value of 200 kilojoules times 8 machines. Yeah. That's 12.5 megawatts. Each of these consumes... That can't be right. 62.5, 200 kilojoules. Yep. Eight machines. Yeah, there we go. 100 megawatts divided by 14.8 is 6.7 machines. Okay, so I actually need one more of these. There we go. Now we're burning through all of it. Oh, and we're backed up on, of course. 37.5 times 8. 25 divide is Yeah, oh, I didn't expand this. That would be part of the problem. 5 of those. What do I need for one more? A few more plates. Okay. Yeah, let me see what I can do about just doubling all of this. I think we just kind of grab it from here. Okay, and aromatics as well, same deal. Output, overflow, yes. Oh, and I broke power. Oh, this ended up with the same breakage as copper, huh? I'm requesting too many stacks. 70, 100, 130, 160. Yeah. Okay, so this needs the same migration that I did in the copper of putting in a bigger stop. Did I break the aromatics connection to the rest of the base? Or do we just have way too much aromatics coming in now? Oh, I got steam in it, that's why. Okay. That is fixed. Yeah, and this is going to be trying to burn off some petroleum gas every once in a while. Gasoline apparently is managed for now. Alright. That is not bad. Still need one more of those. And over here... Oh, I still need 4 more retorters to be able to pull through all of the... to be able to pull through all of the keratin. Oop, and I'm out of pipes again. Alright, but that is scaled up stone. Finally done. Except steam's not hooked up. Steam's not hooked up because I need some pipes. So all of these should be moving at like a full belt now. This is not quite, and I'm not sure why. Or I guess these won't quite move at a full belt, will they? Because we only have, what? No, it should be. Oh no, I've only got 1.5 belts worth of stone mines actually in place here. That's what I'm looking at. Okay. So that's fine. That means we have more capacity than we need here. This doesn't actually need to be prioritized, I don't think. This can be an even split between the two. It doesn't matter. Alright. And then down here... Yeah, we're not quite getting 2 full belts. But we're pretty close. We got a little bit of extra coming in here from this guy as well. Which will help. Alright. So this is what I wanted to see. Is we've got 2... full belts right now coming out into 2 mostly full belts of stone. Cool. So now we just need to like rebuild this output part. All right, each of these outputs is going to come into... This is not going to be the world's, like, cleanest 2 to whatever balancer, but 2 to 3 balancer. But it will work. That's what matters. And then these are our 2 inputs. All right, and then each of these now... You know what? This is stupid. We're going to do this differently. Because I don't actually care if it's balanced, is what has occurred to me. What I actually care about is that, like, these 2 lanes get their full... whatever. Right, so like output priority right here, and output priority right here, and whatever's left can come down here. But... oh, one of these is just halted. Yeah, okay, so maybe this isn't what I want. Because I don't necessarily want to prioritize one of these over the other one. I want, like, what I had before. But if there's extra, please send it on. Really? Naphthalene? How are we backed up on naphthalene? Creosote. That's... okay, and I should have a thing that turns creosote into... not that one. Somewhere there is a creosote sink. I know there is. Maybe not? I thought there was a machine somewhere that turned creosote into something else when it was over full. Did I delete that at some point because I didn't need it and now I've actually got too much creosote? Yeah, creosote and gasoline to aromatics in a tar processing unit. That's what I thought. Oh, is that backed up on aromatics? Is that the issue? Are aromatics full again? Yeah. No, this is carbolic oil to creosote. That's not what I'm looking for. That shouldn't be running at all. Yeah, creosote and gasoline to aromatics, and aromatics are backed up. Aromatics are backed up because... yeah. Alright, I don't have enough hydrogen to run this. And this is full. This is not running because it's backed up on tar. Tar is backed up on pitch. Pitch just gets burned to steam, I think, on this side. Yes, so this whole loop is just, like, stuck right now. That is concerning. I did not expect to be spending my day re-debugging all of my tar processing. Okay. So, I mean, without having a better idea of how this stone is actually going to work steady state, it's hard for me to think about how I would want to prioritize our outputs, right? Well, actually, no, I know exactly what I'm going to do. So those get prioritized like this. And then these guys, all the extra, which right now is nothing, because we don't have carbolic oil, but that's fine. There we go. This will come out, and I can run it to a station as needed. I'm sure that was a load-bearing power pole in some capacity. Okay. Next... Yeah, so I need to get more carbolic oil into this system. That's the whole thing that's holding up being able to put stone on rails. Putting stone on rails is there to unblock all of my moss production, which is currently blocking frogs and frog food, which is gonna block arqads if I don't get it running. Alright. So right now I have too much aromatics, which is backing up this whole system. So I could actually pull pitch out of here and do a little bit of the stone to pitch to whatever loop. Or sorry, pitch plus stone to stone bricks, which gets crushed back to stone, and so on and so forth. So if I come over here and I switch our burn on pitch, wherever that is, this one, to be an overflow. Yeah. Then I can pull down some pitch here. Where do I have stone? Stone bricks are down here, and I do have stone input here. It's not a lot. But I can do a little bit of, like, that. That will be an output that I can hook up to the pitch from here. Okay. So stone brick to pitch. Here, let's just do this in YAFC. So we're going to make stone. Ooh, I'm still per minute. Let's go back to second. Let's say we want a belt of stone to come out of it, which I think is probably too much, but that's okay. We crush stone brick. We make stone bricks from stone and pitch. Okay, this says 250 pitch a second, but I don't think we're making that much. Let's see how much we can theoretically make from this build. We're here. We have how many of these machines? 14, each of which can make 28. Actually, we can make that much pitch a second if the rest of this system is running. So maybe we do that. We just do, 25 jaw crushers is a lot. 10 high-pressure furnaces. But hey, that will feed, get that. Stop dumping that. I'm gonna need it. Alright, so I'm gonna need 10 high-pressure furnaces. I'm gonna need 25 jaw crushers. And we're gonna make some room in the inventory for some of that stuff. So let's go ahead and figure out what's en route. Yeah, 10 en route, so I need to make a few more. Grab all the stuff we need for those, which is going to be some steam engines and some steel. More steam engines, some pipes. We are en route 13. I've got 11. Make one more. All right. The bots should bring everything we need here. And by setting this up, what I do is I unblock this system from being blocked on pitch. It'll probably get blocked on something else anyway, but that's whatever. Because there's always too much steam from burning off all these side products. We'll need to... yeah, so we'll unblock this on the pitch, and we will end up with more stone, which means we'll be able to more comfortably overflow stone from the base back down into the rail base. Guess I'll make this 26. Just so that it's an even number. That's literally the only reason. And actually, I mean, looking at how much stone we're gonna make. Well, I'll figure it out. We might need a few extras just to get everything lined up nicely. It's 22. It's fine for now. Because we're going to have multiple lanes of all of this stuff running. Just because of how... Doing this up here, right? Somewhere over here is where I found... There's not as much space here as I thought there would be, is there? We just have so many pipes crisscrossing everything through here. What is this? Oh, this is just electric poles through here. Okay. This is safe. I can work here. Okay. So to make one... Because we're going to have, like, almost 3 belts of stone. Which means that we're going to want these to be 1.6 a second. That's such an awful number. All right. So 10. Call it 10. .6 a second means we need these. Okay. And then the input side. Okay. So this turns... Oh, it's exactly 2 to 1, huh? Okay. So this turns a belt of stone brick into two belts of stone. Let's go back to YAFC and let's actually scale for that. Let's not make stone brick. Or sorry, let's do set fixed production amount 30. Yeah, so that's 7.5. So if we double that, maybe this is, well... No, let's just do this. This is fine. So we have a little over a belt that needs to go into our high-pressure furnaces. That's kind of annoying. Actually, no, it's not. This is what we're going to do. Each of these is going to get split. High-pressure furnace goes 1, 2, 3, 4. These are going to make brick. Two and a half a second is like, God, 3 of these guys. No, just 2 of them. Actually, let's just use yellow. And then the rest of it goes out here. And then this whole thing, please fit, mirrored here. Same thing then. Whoops. here. Oh, but this doesn't have room for the thing in the middle, does it? Oh, but that's easy to fix. I just take this all and do that instead. Take this all and do that instead. These all now output. The whole belt, which gets looped around to here. Ta-da. All right, it is just about ad break o'clock, so I am going to hydrate, stretch my legs. Everyone else should do the same, and I will see everybody in 3 minutes. We'll finish up this build. This will hopefully be a good sink for some of the stuff that's been causing some backups in the overall base, and then we'll go from there. And we're back. That was weird. I noticed that Twitch took a minute to start the ad there. I'm not sure what was up with that. I've seen that happen before. But, I finished this up over the break. There was nothing particularly exciting about the build. But it should now be able to... Actually, we probably want to prioritize this, don't we? Let's do this like this. There we go. So what this says is, well, use whatever stone comes from whatever this weird path is still. I think this is just like the last trickles of stone from the copper. Wherever copper is, here. There is still a trickle of copper that comes from... Oh, and this isn't lane balanced, so it's not working. I need to fix this so it's lane balanced. Ugh. I was going to say, there's still a trickle of copper that comes from this. But also... yeah, I think that's it. I think that's the only stone still coming in on that belt. So we do want to make sure that that doesn't back up. It's not the end of the world. This is the stone that comes from the stone mine. And then we'll have whatever stone comes through here as this system sort of finally saturates and turns itself on. We will get overflow. This should make about 12 stone a second at this scale. I built it to a scale that was convenient, not to a scale that was, like, measured off of any input or output. So it is what it is. But this will hopefully start overflowing eventually. So let's go fix copper where that's not properly lane balanced. I think I actually want... Where's my ash input to ship? Somewhere I've got this, like... Yeah, back-to-back lane balancers. That is exactly what I want. I want them, well... We do that there. That there. That should do what we want now. Which is that this will always be getting pulled from. Because I'm trying to kill this patch. I want this fully dead so I can tear down all this copper mining. But because this wasn't lane balanced, we weren't getting the copper to the places we need it. So this should do the trick now with these lane balancers for both sinks. Meaning, whatever's getting pulled through, this will be preferred. No, it won't. Well, it will at least be equally preferred. Do I need the lane balancers before? Is that what I should do? If I do this... Shoot. Yeah, if I do the lane balancers, like, here... No, but that doesn't handle the priority input correctly. Well, yes it does. I'm an idiot. Because this is only balancing this half. Yeah. And then we lane balance it. Or sorry, then we do the priority input. And then we go up here. All right, that should be doing what we want now. Which is... when it's only pulling, yeah, about one lane, that one lane is this, and then it'll pull from this to supplement it in a lane-balanced way. Okay. Mission finally accomplished there. How's this stone running? Yeah, we're outputting now. And is this just... oh, in the wrong direction. That's easy to fix. So this is going to be most of a belt of stone to supplement the base, which means that I should now be able to, up here, where I was looking at our stone patch, to pull a belt down. This will start to back up, finally, and we will have extra to come to here, which is what I've been waiting for a while. Are you the tin train still? Yeah, you are. Yeah, we don't have tin dust. Why are we stopped? Oh, tailings. Oh no, did it finally happen? Did we back up on tailings again? Yes, we did. Cool. That is not ideal, but once we get arqads going, they will be pulling tailings at least a little bit. I do need to look into a use for tailings dust, though. I think I can, like, yeah, I can get... separation of tailings, fine. Coal dust and rich dust might be what I need to be doing. Oh, but I also need it for vanadium. Yeah, I'll need it for vanadium. So that's also something to keep in mind. What was I doing? Right, I'm building a train station for stone. Get more stone into the rail base. This is going to be a solid pickup station, and we're going to do it right here. Ooh, that's wrong. Circuit boards. Okay, what else do I need to grab while I am up and about? Got power poles. I could use some more burner inserters, just in case I need them. All right, and then on the input side, we've just got 6 of those guys and a belt. Now, let's see. I mean, we should be able to drag this stone belt pretty much straight down from the stone mine. How do I want to get this around here? Ooh. Okay. So that'll be stone available as soon as it starts to overflow within, like, the whole base. It looks like we're still pulling through plenty of pitch from this overall system, which is great. If that is keeping this system running, although that's just feeding more gasoline into my gasoline problem, but it also should be feeding more of this stuff into this side. We're backed up on shale oil again. Is that because I still have too much aromatics and too much gasoline? Probably. No. It's... because I don't have steam connected to everything. Oh. There we go. So, we might still have too much aromatics and too much gasoline, but we'll find out. Let's see. This belt of stone is still feeding... what does this feed? This feeds latex, I think. So this might pull... oh no, this is feeding moss. So this is probably going to pull like half a belt approximately forever. I don't know how much each of these needs. A quarter. And I've got 30 moss farms. So yes, half a belt. It pulls exactly half a belt. That was weird. I didn't design it that way. But yes, that'll be pulling half a belt forever. And then her other path is still happily pulling an entire belt through. So I think that'll be... Maybe I want to do this differently. Let's think about how this is set up and what I actually want it to do. I think I want our lane balancing to be on these outputs so that they pull evenly. So let's do that. These don't need priorities anymore because they're just straight up normal lane balancing. And then each of these guys coming in here literally just gets split with a priority to go to these. That's fine. Yeah, and they get shuffled from as necessary, because this will pull up to 2 belts and lane balance themselves. This will balance between these two for each lane. We could still have the issue where... No. We could not have an issue. I don't think. I think this will always be able to pull... Because this is at most 2 full belts. 2 full belts coming in, 2 full belts coming out. If we have half a belt of demand, and we have any combination of halves of belts or partial belts, I think this should work. I'm not totally convinced, but... Alright, now we're blocked on Anthracene. So we kicked the problem down the road, is what we did. Anthracene, I think, is useful, right? Yes. Anthracene is gasoline, and more coke. Not that I need more coke. So, like, I could feed Anthracene from that system over to here. Is that a good idea? Will that break everything? I don't know. I mean, ultimately the issue is that we have too much steam, right? And it's blocking all of our voids. So the other thing that I could do is just drop in a couple of cooling towers. Which I hate to do, because it does feel kind of cheaty. It's just voiding with more steps, and the whole point of playing hard mode is not to void. Yeah, this tops off, and this gets steam from other sources, including this. And I don't know where else. Whatever this is, which is pumping steam. Oh, this comes from this, hot air. Any coal gas that we burn off. Yeah, these are running, but they can't, Yeah, I mean, if I just put another overflow valve here and do, like, I bigger than 95... and put in a few of these guys. And an outfall. Yeah, this will keep pushing steam through. That should make just a little bit of room for these to run, which will unblock this whole system. These ones won't run still because they are, or were, pitch, and pitch is getting shoved into stone. Which has been pushing a full belt of stone into the base for the first time in goodness knows how long. Oh yeah, and it is actually starting to back up. Excellent. So that means that this, well, it hasn't started overflowing yet, but we're only pulling about a belt and a half through here. And we're only really capable of making about a belt and a half, well, a little bit less with that one down. Yeah, and without enough mining fluid. So this is kind of, I mean, right on the cusp of actually starting to maybe overflow, but it's not there yet. Yeah, this has to keep backing up. This has to back up through the whole base before it'll actually back up all the way to the stone patch. So it's going to be a hot minute before this gets any stone ready to deliver to the rail base. Unfortunately. But, I mean, as long as the base is running, yeah, and it's pulling a little bit of copper, so that will generate some stone for the rail base. Oh, whoops, I forgot to get those out of my inventory. All right, let's go down and let's finish that tree farm setup, just so it's hooked up and it's done, because wood is going to be an issue. Although with the newly prioritized wood in the base, we shouldn't be pulling as much from here. Yeah. That is kind of wild to see. Oh, what are you stopped on? Excellent. Excellent. Oh, yeah. Because this is broken because we're backed up on tailings dust, and presumably this is broken as it always is because we don't have food. Yes. Oh, this is officially full of skin. That's a problem too. Alright. Let's make a... Oh, we are basically there, aren't we? Let's make a skin deposit. God, that's a horrible sentence. That'll just get this guy... Probably only need 2 of those. That'll get this whole system at least unbacked up. And we'll get us slaughtering again. Yeah, and actually what I should do... Those guys there. Do the other one there. And then if we, like... Here, I'm just looping this around to make space. You can filter this to... lard on this side. And then remerge it with the skin belt on that side. There we go. And that way, we're buffering, basically. We're buffering the skin here. Wait, I never hooked this up to my system. That's funny. I should maybe do that. Yeah, alright, so this still wants to run because it wants to make more poor alien samples, and that's fine. But this guy should be disabled at this point. Yes. Because we're not making... Yes. Okay. Yeah, this looks right. I think. And then that should be making, I mean, a little bit of this, because we should get a little bit of blood coming in, but not a heap of blood, because these guys just don't make a lot of blood. Alright, well that was a side quest. This is obviously a temporary solution because this was already mostly full of skin, so like, just making a second one is not necessarily the solution, but it at least will... Interesting to see science slowing down. That concerns me. What's going on here? How are we out of glassware again? The heck? Yeah, it's rubber. Why is it rubber? Oh, you know what? It's probably just going to be a little bit of a dip because I interrupted stone a couple of times. I'm going to assume that's what it is, and I'm going to move on with my life. Let's go ahead and let's get this... Man, what was my to-do list looking like? Oh, I did that. I said I wanted to get this wood done because wood is slow, and we need a lot of it. Oh, I didn't grab tree modules. Oops. Grab 40 of those when we go back up. But otherwise, we should be able to get all of this hooked up before I go down there. Ooh, I'm almost out of undergrounds, too. All right, well, we might have to go back up. Okay, CO2 pipe comes over here. Yeah. Let's get, Hey, that's CO2. Beautiful. And then we need water to kind of be hooked up to the whole water setup. And that'll be water. Okay. Cool. So I need a bunch of undergrounds. I need the actual modules for the... Oh, and I need to hook power up. But that is probably, like, just that. No, we didn't get water through to here. Oh, because we're missing a couple of the undergrounds. Yep, okay. Cool. I didn't realize I was that low on undergrounds. Let's grab the undergrounds, let's grab the tree modules, and then... oh, I guess I also need to kind of get this, like, hooked up somehow. There we go. Another side quest, but wood has been an issue, so I want it dealt with for the short term. That's not the most efficient wood because it's not using ash, but, like, whatever. Ash has been a thorn in my side consistently, and I'm sure that I will go back to using ash. But for now, it gets the job done without... Where am I? I want to go over here. Undergrounds and tree modules. Okay. Let's... Once this is done, I mean, I really should just start building the arqad station, because I need to build all the buildings for it. That's going to be the, a big-ish project, so we should get it going. And then, after that, oh, I didn't have moss either. Oops. Yeah, and each of these needs 15 modules. Yeah, 190 moss. Okay. Do I have some moss just hanging around somewhere? Probably not readily. Oh, you know what? There should be some over in that system, right? I have moss from the top wood. Like, if I just go up here... It's not like a ton of, whoops, extra, but it is a little. Alright, we need another 50. Ugh. Alright, well, I can come back for that. It's not urgent by any means. This has logs again, which is fantastic, although it is once again blocked on stone. Like, yep, that has been consistently the issue. Why? I'm not sure how I managed to schedule just one of those modules to be removed, but somehow I did. Alright, I dropped a bunch of stone off by hand here. That is not going to be enough to keep the system running. The rocks, similarly, are all... Well, they may have gotten a delivery at one point, because some of these are actually going. But it was not a big delivery, that is for sure. $6 stone a second, I think, for the rocks. Alright. Well, I think I've kind of done all I can about stone in the short term. Like, this should really be overflowing soon, TM. We go down to... Where is it? Go down here. Like... This is pulling through as much as it can from the other paths, and this is starting to back up. So I think it's just a matter of, like, waiting for the stone to finish backing up all the way through the base, which I did say was going to take a little while. But, like, we're getting there. It's backed up to, like... Well, one of the lanes, at least, is backed up to, like, here. Apparently, we have stone coming in here. Is that properly prioritized? No. That should be an input priority, because we definitely want to pull from whatever this is. Oh, iron. Yeah, we don't want to be blocked on stone in our iron processing. That would be bad. What I actually should probably do, and I don't want to because it's a long way to route it, is route this stone down to where copper is right now, right? So that it ends up on this stone byproduct belt that comes in and is the highest priority input to this overall system. But, like, that's a lot of work. That's a long belt. And I don't think it's worth it because we don't actually push that much stone out of iron crushing here. But yeah, this is backing up pretty quickly. So we will probably see this actually start to push stone into the rail base very soon. Well, maybe not. Oh, yep, there we go. We're backing up. And once we reach, there we go. A little bit of stone that's being allowed to trickle into the rail base. Okay. So this will help. Not a lot, but a little bit down there. What are we missing? Required fluid on a lot of these? Yeah. So that's going to be the thing, is are we making enough carbolic oil to sustain that system? And the answer is almost always no, but make sure that all of these things are properly running. Apparently I have a use for middle oil that isn't... Oh, chitin processing. Okay. So yeah, almost all of it goes into here then. This whole system runs... Does this do middle oil? Yes, this also does middle oil processing. Or sorry, yeah, middle oil. So we're pretty much making carbolic as fast as we can at this point, it looks like. Which is great. It's great to see. We are looping... I mean, we should be making heaps of gasoline and petroleum gas at this point. Which we are. They're both overflowing over here. That's fine. As long as this system is sufficiently... Well, we can sink the excess steam now. Which is the real cheat. But that's okay. At some point, there's a patch in progress to hard mode that will make the oil burners generate flue gas, and I will rebuild a bunch of these places where I'm just trying to sink things to steam, so that they do have the byproduct, so that it's a little bit less cheaty. Yep, that is a trickle of stone out to the rail base at this point. Oh, I didn't actually finish building those belts. That's silly of me. I didn't realize I had gotten that far ahead of my bots when I was laying them down, I guess. All right. I think this is just about everything I can do in the short term to be as prepared as I can be for arqads, barring like some major work about stone. All right, there you go. Oh, and I broke power. I mean, yeah, we could be pulling more from this system, couldn't we? The answer is yes. I need to properly lane balance our inputs and outputs over there, I think. Or at least our output. Maybe just the outputs that need lane balancing. And then they'll pull evenly from each of the two inputs. So let's see. To the main base, lane balance. And then this side could also stand to be lane balanced, but I don't know if I have the space for it. Oh, look at that. All right, so this is pulling from preferably yeah, so this pulls from preferably this little trickle of stone, and then from this setup, and then whatever that setup can't provide, it'll pull from here. Which is exactly what I want it to be. And just now this is lane balanced. So initially this is going to back up more. This is going to back up further, I should say. But that is a temporary condition, I think, because I think we will eventually burn through. Well, maybe we won't. Maybe there will always be enough pitch. But regardless, this won't always be like this backed up. Okay. Looking good, looking good, looking good. We're still not making as much carbolic as I'd like, but that's just a constant factor of the base. All right. Oh, yeah, this is pushing a bunch of stone down now. All right. I'm reasonably happy with that. Eh? Cool. That will start pushing stone again into the rail base, which will hopefully get Vrock food and then Vrocks running properly. Which I think means it's actually time, finally, to work on the arqads. So let's see what we need for them. So we kind of have two segments of this, right? We've got queen bees and the full bees build. So this is what we need to actually be producing arqads for their venom, for slaughtering, etc. for science. Or scaled a little more than what we need for science, but whatever. That should actually be fine if we do it this way. Save one hydrocarbon apiary. So this is the full build. But we don't need the full build to start rolling for queens. We only need some of it, but I don't want to have to rebuild it. So we're going to be designing, thinking about, like, where do these hydrocarbon apiary plants go? Making sure that we have inputs for coal, for making red hot coke to feed our bees with, etc. But also making sure that we, we only need to start with a small build, because so like we're gonna have 4 things making filled comb eventually, but we need only 1 to start the queens, right? We only need 1 arqad nest, not 5. Building and things like that, but we need to keep all of this in mind with our layout, and we're going to kind of blueprint it all in. I mean, I guess I could just build the whole thing with the expectation that we're not using it all yet. Maybe I should just do that, because like in the grand scheme of things, our shopping list is, I mean, I guess there's some things that we don't have to do right away. We don't have to do religias right away. We don't necessarily have to do... We will need tall oil, right? Because we need to start making bitumen. Yeah. And we need to make sure that we have all of our inputs for all of our fluids. Yeah, this is going to actually be a big train stop, because we're going to have... Oh no, because all the fluids can come in on one station. So 1 input, 2 input stations, but... Yeah, and 3 output stations. That's fine. So that's 5. Yeah, that's a standard spur length for the base. Alright, so we're not going to build the religias yet, because that's overkill. Sap, we only need a couple of sap extractors. But I think the rest of it, I do want to kind of have prepped. So we're going to build all of this, except for the religias and the sap. And then as things come online, and especially, like, we're going to end up with a lot of arqad modules, making all the eggs that we need for our queens. We will get more of these things moduled up and turned on. All right, so let's get our shopping list. Some of this stuff we're not making yet, so we'll have to get it built by hand and added to the mall. But okay, we need, well, 160 arqads. We're not requesting those. We're not doing the religias. Sap trees. 20 in 10 sap extractors. 16 apiary hydrocarbon plants. 10 Vrock Mark IIs. I've already got those. 10 sap extractors I put in. 3 barreling machines. And we're going to need heaps of empty barrels, too. 2 reproductive complexes. 2 casting units. Two soil extractors. Two nurseries. Well, the nurseries are for the Religias, aren't they? Are both of those for Religia seeds? Yes. Okay, so I'm not going to do that yet. One Vrock paddock. One centrifuge, high pressure furnace. An oil burner, an electrical burner, and a compost plant. What do I need the compost plant for? The compost plant turns Religia seeds into biomass, which is used for... Okay, only the main arqads, not for the queens, so I don't need the compost plant yet either. Let's also wander over to where we're making, well... Yikes! That seems bad. Yeah, kind of bad. Oh, which of these don't we have? We don't have centrifuges, and we don't have apiary hydrocarbon plants. Alright, I'll have to handcraft those and get them in the mall. But I also wanted to check on our... thingies here. How many do we have? 80 of them. And 800 eggs. And we need bee DNA samples. Oh, I never switched this back to bee DNA samples. Alright. Because, yeah, we've got 12 more here. I need another 80 of these, and I've only got the stuff for 12. So I am going to have to figure out cDNA. Why that is slow. And probably I'm just, like, prioritizing my primers to science or something. Sorry, not primer, plasmids. That does seem to be the case, that plasmids go to science over cDNA. Let's do that. Let's reprioritize cDNA. Didn't think it was going to be something I would need to do, but... apparently it is. Because that'll only help a little bit. Oh, and these aren't getting... oh, it says there's 10 on the way. Okay. Oh, I guess just because the recipe was switched, it wasn't getting them. Alright, well, it has been another hour, apparently. Twitch is telling me that it is time for a break. So when we come back, we will handcraft the things that need handcrafting. Hopefully these apiary hydrocarbon plants don't have any, like, surprise ingredients. Nah, they look pretty normal. Alright, yeah, we'll get this stuff built up, and start actually finally building our apiary. I'm excited. So I'll see everybody in 3 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Okay. What am I looking at? Right, I need to build apiary, hydrocarbon plants, and centrifuges. So, as always, when I have new buildings, first we put them up here. But then we will likely handcraft them because it's going to take a moment. All right, centrifuge. And for the apiary hydrocarbon plants... Oh, stop. Don't make small parts. Yeah, these are going to need a lot of steel and aluminum. A lot of steel. Oh, I'm out of pipes too. Okay. So, yeah, this might take a moment to get all of these built up. Because I need quite a few. And they're not super expensive, it's just I don't have... I should probably... I mean, I could run up here and grab a stack of gasifiers, I guess. I do have them. A few of them, at any rate. All right. The bots should bring me more automated factories. I need steel and aluminum and whatever I need for gasifiers. Which is nothing special. All right, that's 11 of those. 12. Two more of these, and I just need the bots to bring me a couple of automated factories, and I will be able to build them. $16. All right, that's our shopping list done. Let's go pick a spot and let's get this thing built. So I guess... I mean, doing it down here wouldn't be too bad. Or maybe take the station off here. And then I kind of have this whole area to work with. I don't think I'm going to use that quartz ore patch, so... Oh, do I have the stuff that I need for all the stations? That's another... Need batteries. Okay. Oh, I should have batteries. I can grab batteries on the way. They're down here somewhere. And if batteries are not backed up, then I'm in trouble. Ooh, I'm in trouble. We don't have cyanic acid? What? We're backed up on ammonia. We don't have methane. Did I break this pipe at one point? It's possible that I broke this pipe that brings methane down there from up here. No. There's no seeds. Oh, this backed up because it's not set input priority correctly? Really? How long has that been broken? All right. Well, that's going to take a hot minute to rebootstrap. But we will get methane back and producing batteries again. The question is, do I have the batteries that I need for a few combinators, maybe stashed up at base? Where do batteries even come into this base? Yeah, here we go. Batteries. Hey, we have stone, and it's like actually backed up now. So this should actually be requesting more stone shortly. Yeah. It'll try. Whether or not it'll get it is a different question. This is trying. It's going to take a while for this to saturate on its stone. Yeah, this one is also gonna want another delivery. Oh, and look at that. They're already going off. Beautiful. I probably have the space in here that I should change this up to 50 stacks of stone here. And 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, that's fine. 50 stacks of stone here. That way it'll request... Bring limit of 1 on this station, please. I need to fix that in the blueprint. That way these will request stone more frequently. Not that we expect to always have stone available, but it'll keep it buffered. Why is this not requesting rock food? So you're requesting 1,000, and we should be overriding the stack size, or the minimum request. But I am not convinced that it has figured that out. Oh, it's probably not hooked up. No, I don't have to hook it up. That's fine. Yeah, you're in station control mode. Oh, this probably has, yeah, station limit of 1, and it has a stone delivery en route. So it's not going to request... Yeah, it's not going to request the rock food until... Yeah, because if I say request is 5 stacks, will this thing figure that out? Probably not. I'm still not sure if this combinator needs to be input because this one is in stack thresholds. Does this one need... Yeah, so if I say 5... Yeah, now it does the request. Okay. So this needs to be in stacks, not in... So this should just be a normal constant combinator, is what I'm deciding. Having it be a Cybersyn combinator is more confusing. Oh, look at that. It actually kept the... Cute. Alright. Cool. So now this will request rock food. And it should request every time it wants like half a stack of it. I could probably change it now that we have rock food being made at an appreciable rate to not even need the override anymore, and I think that's what I'm gonna do. Just gonna say that we want 30 stacks and we request 20 and call it a day. And hopefully this doesn't confuse this train that's doing this delivery. It's not. Cool. It'll just issue another delivery immediately afterwards. Alright, this is looking good. This should stop doing spoilage-y things now, which is also fantastic. So let's get our, this piece. One straight, 2 straights, and the loop. Anything else for them to do? No. All right. Let us get started with this then. We're gonna need a fluid delivery station and a solid delivery station. So solid drop off. Here. And a fluid drop off here. At the solid drop off, what are we requesting? Ulrichs, rocks, coal. Here, let's just put them all in one thing at a time. Ulrichs. Rocks. Coal. Oh, and these all need to be negative, because I'm an idiot. Ulrichs. Oh, rock food. And... oh, comb, of course. Empty comb. Now, this is not a big enough building for all of that stuff. We have 150 stacks worth of requests and only 120 stacks in a warehouse. So we upgrade this one to a deposit. And then I believe we can plug this in and let this station start getting all of its initial requests. This station needs to be swapped to multi-fluid mode, because I don't have a blueprint for that. That means adding a pump, doing something like this. So our fluids are hydrogen, tall oil, and natural gas. Okay, just the... oh, and hot air. So 4. Yep. So hot air. Whoops. Come on. Hydrogen. Natural gas. And tall oil. And then we need to get... each of those requests in. And what's the last thing I need? Hot air. And then each of these just kind of needs to, like, get out. Like that. Fix a train limit. So this is going to get all of these solid inputs. Make sure that I have that right. coal, rocks, empty comb, rock food, and ulrichs. Yep. How close are we to a full train of rocks? We're getting there. What don't we have? We don't have moss. Okay, and that's just the stone situation, which is slowly working itself out. So, that's fine. Oop, I was really hoping that was going down there. And then each of these gets pumped into its own thingy. It'll get, I think, 2 deliveries of each one initially. All right. So, for the queens, let's just clear all of this out, because I'm thinking. All we need to build right now is the queens, but I want to be thinking about the other parts of it as we go. So, like, we're going to have... Oh, what are our outputs from this? Arqads, bitumen, and ash. So we should also get our outputs done so that I can... That's a solid pickup. That'll be for, I don't know, either arqads or ash. This will be another solid pickup. For either arqads or ash. And fluid pickup for bitumen. Or part of those. I think that's it. Yes. That looks like the correct thing to me. Okay. So these will be the pickups over on this side for all of the things that we actually make. Where are we getting more coal? Oh, shoot. Well, we'll have plenty of coal. Oh, and I'm already out of blue inserters. Excellent. I forgot when I swapped this over to a deposit to rehook up the signal to inhibit the train station. So we have a little bit of extra coal, but there's a little bit of extra space in this deposit, so I don't think it's going to break. Okay, so the things that I need for the queens to start working is build comb, which which is sap. Okay, that's like a side build. Oh, and native flora. Did I build this near native flora? Yeah, it's up here. Okay, how many flora mines do I need? Just one. Okay. Beautiful. I love it when it's just one. Alright. So native flora plus sap plus a tall oil barrel gives us filled comb, and that's 4 apiaries. I think I just kind of have to start building these little modules where I can fit them and then get all the belts, like, spaghettied around, because I just don't know what I'm doing well enough to, like, know what I'm doing. I've never done this build before. So I just kind of have to get started, and we'll see what ends up making sense. All right, so this is going to do build comb. Only one of these needs bees for now, although I guess they're all getting them. Inputs are sap, empty comb, native flora, and tall oil. So the native flora is coming from up here. This is a long journey, but so be it. And like just like most of my other builds, yeah, these are all fairly low amounts. So I think this can just be like this kind of a deal. And then we will have, just like I did for the read, hold all belts, enable when native flora. I decided above to do a minute's worth, and that seemed like it was working. So we need 0.75 a second. 3/4 of 60 is 45. So that'll bring in the native flora. The other stuff this needs is sap, the empty comb. All right, empty comb will just come in from here. Empty comb is 0.375. Which is 23. Well, 22 and a half, but I'll call it 23. And our input of comb is a whole 0.12 a second. So that can just be a single ray inserter filtered for empty comb. That will have to be eventually looped back and merged with the rest of the system. But that is for later. For now, empty comb. Alright, that'll be output, which will have empty barrels that need to be filtered off. These alien life builds are all starting to feel a little samey. And some of that is just because I have techniques that work, but like... Alright, and the filled comb goes off to wherever. And this will be... what are we doing? We're dealing with... fluorospalanin. And... biomass. Not that we should ever actually end up with... biomass, because it should always get pulled when it's fluorospalanin. But, either way, there we go. So that is that much. The other things we need are sap and the tall oil barrels. All right. So this is empty barrels, which are going to come back over here. Let's grab one of our barreling machines. .03 times 4 is yes. Just such a small amount per second. And what do we want that threshold set to? 9 a minute. All right. Enable if tall oil barrels less than 9. And then the empty barrels come back around and feed into there. Actually, do I need tall oil barrels for other things? I need arqad honey barrels. I need natural gas barrels. Doesn't look like it. Okay. And then this will be... tall oil in. Okay. Now, what do these still need? Sap. They just need a sap input. Okay. That is easy enough. Does the sap need to go anywhere else? Yes, it also goes to making final arqads. So we will need a splitter. And that will get... that belt will head somewhere. Don't know where yet, but somewhere. And we'll get our sap thingies. There we go. And then this. Read, hold all belts. You are enabled when sap is less than... How much sap a minute for this? 18. So 18 sap a minute, 22 and a half of these, so that's set to 23. 45 flora is set, and the barrels are set to 9. Okay. Oh, and I'm almost out of... Great. Alright, I'm going to need to run back up to base and grab a bunch more inserters, a bunch more electric poles. Those went fast. But in theory, this part of the build is done. Which is delightful, actually. Maybe I do something like that. There we go. Do it with big poles. So this part is done. This is making filled comb. Now the filled comb needs to go into 2 automated factories. All right. I only have 1 automated factory. They're normally on my shopping list, and I forgot that I was using them. All right. But these make bitumen. They each bring in a little bit of filled comb. They're each going to spit out a little bit of empty comb along with the bitumen. The bitumen I don't currently have a use for, so it needs to go out to this train station. And it will just get buffered there for a hot minute. And then... the used comb... gets melted down. Okay. Yeah, and this is where we need to be casting... with our hot air. We're going to make wax. We're using all the wax up, right? Yes. Okay. So yeah, the used comb comes out, goes into 1 high-pressure furnace. This one. With hot air. And it'll output the comb. So let's get hot air over to where we need it. We're going to need hot air for actually a couple more processes once we have the liquid comb. Yeah, 2 casting units. One making empty comb. Oh, which doesn't use hot air. Okay. And one making... empty honeycomb with hot air. Okay. Yeah. And then it looks like the wax flows through. Oh, except one of these... Oh, no, that's actually fine. Because I want these to go this way. And be the input priority. Because we want to use... those. Ooh, I'm actually... Oh, these don't actually... Never mind. I thought that these were different than they are. That's fine. So this one I want to actually run as an overflow. Yeah, these are all inputs. For some reason I thought there was a pass-through, but there isn't. They're all inputs. There we go. That should be what I want. So we'll overflow wax into here, but we'll prefer to make the empty honeycomb, and then whatever we don't need for honeycomb, we'll augment with this. Not that this really matters, but I've started doing it. Whatever we don't use for honeycomb, we'll end up making empty comb, and that will loop through and be augmented by what comes in on rails. Yeah. All right. So does all of that honeycomb now go into... Yes. Well, it loops, but yes. All the honeycomb plus other honeycomb. So we'll have honeycomb coming off here. I think it'll be on the right of the belt. I'm not sure. Plus a merged in belt that we will prioritize because that's the recycling loop. That comes up. And that needs to come in with Ulrich's. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to do this. And then I can merge this in the same way. Oh, look. There's our belt. Input priority right. Here's Ulrich's. How many Ulrichs do we use? 2.7 a minute. What is that in seconds? Not a lot, is it? And all of that feeds into 3 more apiaries. Nothing that spoils this time, though. Making the comb. Very small quantities of everything. Ulrichs. And coming out of here will be our filled comb. 1, 2, 3. I'm getting close to the top here, so I'm going to have to loop around and find space for other bits of the build. Okay, the fill comb needs to be split. Some of it makes honey, and some of it gets fed directly into something, right? Something needs arqad honeycomb. Oh, the maggots. Yeah. Okay. So we split you. I don't think there's a priority for this, really. But we have the centrifuge. That'll be, like, here. Making honey. And yeah, this is a fraction of a centrifuge. So I think it only needs, yeah, 1 inserter is fine. And then that goes right into a barreling machine, basically. I don't think I ever need liquid honey. I don't. So that goes directly into barreling machine. And then the comb that comes off of this is what comes down here to be fed back through. And then comb also goes that way, where it will get fed into the rest of the build. Whew. All right, so one of the things that needs to go to, or no, the only thing that this goes to. Okay, perfect. So I'll do it right here, and I'll bring in the other inputs. This comes into our Vrock paddock. Which is going to make arqad maggots. So honeycomb there. And this is the honeycomb that gets sunk, and this is why we still need to always add some. And then this is going to have a few different outputs. All right. So I need caged Vrocks. That's another automated factory, which I don't have. That's fine. That'll just be loopity-doopity. Oh, I need to make a few cages. Probably don't have the stuff for them. Solder. Okay, yeah. I will go look into that shortly. Well, actually, let's do this. Just so we have a little bit of a buffer for the cages. Makes it a little bit less likely that it just locks up, passing them back and forth. I feel more comfortable with that. Alright, and the other thing this needs is an egg input, which for now, well, that will need to come from our two... reproductive complexes. Yeah. So let's find a spot for those and get them kind of built up, and with all of their inputs and outputs, because they're going to be a big build, and I'm going to have to route a bunch of stuff to them, probably from the rest of this whole mess, so yay. Alright, so reproductive complex making... I said I'm going to do the version with Relesias. I'm going to populate these for now. Whoops, not like that, I'm not. I don't actually want those guys in there, but I need them in there for... just so I can get accurate numbers of the... words. What am I trying to say? So I can get accurate numbers on the input and output per second, so I can, like, actually design what I need to come through. So these are going to output... what do they output? Empty barrels, usually they're queens, and... oh, and they have two different barrels that they output. That is going to be annoying to manage. Maybe I don't fill this here, then. Because we have two different barrels for everything, right? Natural gas and arqad honey? Yes. Okay. So let's just embrace that. And let's put our two barreling stations down here. I'm going to do one here. One here. They're going to be doing that kind of thing. Because I think everything needs both, right? And not quite everything, but for the most part, everything needs both. Alright, so there's our barrels into both of these. And that's barreled arqad honey and barreled natural gas. We're going to have empty barrels that come in... I don't know, like here. Feeding into both of these. And I'm going to have to route the honey down to here, which is probably fine because I might eventually need to put some honey on rails as well. I think I did see that I need it for PySci 2. So I think it's fine to be planning to do that. Okay, so these guys bring in this output, whatever they output, which is going to be queens plus empty barrels plus babies. Yes. So we'll just like split it right here. First things first is get the empty barrels out of the way. Empty barrels, done. And then when we come over here, we split this way. The queens get looped. The eggs come in here to make maggots at a whole 0.4 a second. And the queens come up here. And that just leaves the Relesia input, which is, I can add that to the same belt as the queens, actually. So all I need to do now, with as far as this goes, is prioritize the queen input. All right, what other inputs to this do I need? We've got seeds, we've got vrocks, and we've got... Oh, this is everything. Okay, cool. I was going to say, we've got maggots. And in the short term, not seeds, eggs. The eggs will be fed manually until this system comes online. The other input to this, of course, is going to be from Queen Gambling. Okay, but the output of this needs to go to 5 nests. 5 machines making arqad nests. And those are apiary hydrocarbon plants. And will they fit in here? No. Okay. So this is where I'm going to have to, like, route some things out. Bring it, like, I don't know, over here? Somewhere? Not quite what I wanted. Let's do it just down this way. That's fine. So these are making nests. So these need honey barrels, which... Oh, come in through here. Right, because the barrels need to flow past this whole thing. This doesn't need any barrels. Good. But it does output the maggots. Oh, nope, that was wrong. This comes through here. And these will both come over this way. Because this needs... This only needs the honey. This doesn't need the... natural gas. So whichever side of this ends up being honey, which I guess is going to be the top. Top. Yeah. We'll do this trick. No, we still want natural gas through here because we need it to make the queens. Right? Because we have one machine here. Yeah. Which is rolling for queens. That needs, in addition to those guys, both kinds of barrel. And then it will output also barrels. Yes. You'll be empty barrels. And then the queens themselves, on the rare chance that we get them, will need to be fed back into the system. Like so. With the input priority on the loop back, so we don't lock up. Not that I think we would ever lock up, but... Okay, so I gotta get these guys going now. And these need rock food and rocks, as well as the maggots, and as well as empty comb. Okay. So we need to bring in empty comb from, like, here. Alright, empty comb. 1, 2, 3, 5 inputs. That's annoying. Okay, apparently it's been an hour. It's ad o'clock. I'm gonna let Twitch run the ad for the next few minutes. I'm gonna think about what's going on here, and I'm gonna top up my water because I am thirsty. I just realized how long it has been since I've actually had a sip of water. So I will see everybody in just a few minutes. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Let's figure out where we're at here. So we've got, coming into here, we need rock food, rocks, maggots, and empty comb. Here we've got... And it's apparently... Oh, let me actually put in the arqads so I can see what our numbers are. Yeah, very small amounts of everything. That's what I thought. So here we can get the honey barrels and the maggots, and I think that is fine. So this will be honey barrels and maggots into each of these. Oops, there's 5 of them, not 4. Yeah, 5 of those. Down here, we have whatever these are. Empty comb. And I'm actually going to pull that one up this side. I don't think it really matters, but I could definitely do this with sort of my standard alien life sushi belt, since, you know, we've got very few items that actually need to be in the loop, but I don't think it matters. Here we need another one of these for Vrox, and one for Vrock food. I think the Vrock food I'll run down to here. Up, up, up. So that'll be Vrock food. And then Vrocks themselves. Oop, out of belts. All right. Definitely am going to need... Vrocks themselves need to make a detour through here, and then... Well, we only have 5 ingredients, right? So we've got Vrock fruit and comb on that side. Maggots. So yeah, this will just be Vrocks that need to, like, sneak through here and up there. That's fine. So that'll be there. You come here. And up here. Okay. So that'll be the Vrocks themselves. For some reason, Vrock food has still not been delivered. Oh, should be soon. Which station is this? White Luigi. Okay. I'm assuming White Luigi is one of the stations that we can't travel to. No, I actually don't see it on here. But regardless, it'll get here eventually. Okay, so that's all the inputs to this thing. And then output-wise, we once again have all of... That's not what I meant to do. That'll be empty barrels and the nests, and they should both be in such low quantities that it doesn't matter if I'm only using one inserter, and that is correct. Alright, and for now, the only thing the nests need to go to is the queens, but we will have 3 more apiary plants making actual arqads. What are our inputs to this? So this is our 2 gas barrels are coming in. And we also need the Queens, Arqads, Relicias, and Red Hot Coke. Okay. So these guys are going to have to be figured out. They need weird stuff. Oh, they need just natural gas barrels, and down here needs just honey barrels. Oh. Well, in that case, let's do this. Natural gas barrel. Yep. And honey barrel. Okay. That should do what I want. And then the natural gas barrels come up here to be part of how these guys are done, which I haven't figured that out yet. And the output of this, yeah, needs to come up here and be split. And figured out. So, first things first, output priority. This is going to be the nests to the left. This will just be empty barrels. And those will get dumped back into the barrel loop. The nests, or sorry, the nests are output priority to the queens. And that should be the last input that these need. Yes. Barrels out, queens out. Oh, an empty comb. This also makes used comb. Okay, I forgot about that. I need to get the used comb routed. Does this make used comb? No. Do these make used comb? Yes. Okay. Because this needs to be just queens here. And it's getting a little crowded. But that's okay. Here we'll output the used comb. Used comb. And used comb needs to come into there. And then these guys are going to have similar routing of their outputs, but I'm not setting them up yet, so I'm not going to worry about it. Oh, we got the rock food. Excellent. Okay. So these need comb. Comb needs other stuff to start up first, because this is what bootstraps our whole, like, comb process. And this is also going to need the tall oil. Let me head back up to the mall. Let me grab the stuff that I need. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. We need 90 more of these guys, and I have 36. So that is 54 more that I need. That is going to take a while to craft, but that's okay. Let's just see if we have a few more of them over here. Yeah, we do. Some more eggs, too. So now we only need 39 more. Some more cDNA got made. Excellent. Okay, let's grab what we need from the base here, which is going to be heaps of belts. Going to be gray inserters. It's going to be power poles. And possibly that's it. At least for now. Drop off this cDNA. And do I have room over at where I'm doing... Not really. Yeah, I might have to set up one more station so I can turn naphtha here into tall oil and have that be available. Oop, we got a train blipping at me. Oh, we just don't have enough trains in the system right now, but part of that is because it's busy. All right. So for now, yeah, we're not even sending the Kujadoojis anywhere but to queens. We want to get a few queens in the cycle before we start letting arqad nests go through anywhere else. Oh, I forgot to grab automated factories when I was up there. Shoot. Okay. That's fine. So I will have to head up one more time, unfortunately, but... Okay, that all looks good. Nothing's blipping at me. Those guys I can populate with modules, I think. There's no reason not to. We'll just make extra bitumen. Let's get... all of that stuff hooked up. No inserters here, so that's fine. These guys also just need some... That's probably not the best way to prioritize my modules right now, but if I look at just queens, I mean, I need so little of all this stuff. I do need 2 of them making honeycomb, actually, so... take them out of there for now. I only need one of these making nests for the queens, so I could actually turn this off, like, here. And that would keep these relatively... Oh, nope, don't need it there. Is that everything powered? I think that's everything powered. Nope, nope, not the barreling machines, but that is easy enough. Oh, and I still need to get the honey over to the barreling machine. Let's get that routed. That's going to be a pain. Mostly because I made it a pain. Yeah, let's take it down this way. Actually, can I go through the middle? Yeah, I can. Well, not really through there, though. Okay. That's honey. And then if I need to pull any of this honey out from here into another stop, I can do that pretty easily. So I think, in theory, I need to get tall oil hooked up. I need to grab a couple of assemblers. I need to make some cages to bootstrap the cage. Set up. Coal is... Oh, coal is just for Red Hot Coke, and I don't need that initially. I only need that once I've got queens, and I'm trying to actually make eggs and arqads themselves. Cool. So I think I need to get tall oil going. I need to grab these last couple of buildings. And I think this is ready to see how it runs. Which, to be clear, might not be well. We will probably have issues. I think tall oil from naphtha is just a single... Yes. Oh, am I out of track, too? Wow, okay. Alright, let's head up to base and grab what we need then. We're gonna need a bunch of track. We're gonna need those couple of machines. I need to grab the stuff to make piles of cages and piles of cages and piles of empty barrels, because we're going to be filling up lots of belts with barrels. And then we get to start watching the arqad system roll and debugging it, because it will be buggy. I guarantee mistakes were made. This is very nearly dead, which is great to see. I'll be tearing that up sometime soon. That'll be cool. Okay. Underground, blue inserters, rail. Where's rail? Rail's up here. Barrels. I have... Let's just grab a bunch of those, because I know I'm going to need them. And then wait for these guys to take care of some of my trash slots and get some cages built. That should be plenty of space for cages. Let's see, solder. I don't think I need that many cages in the loop. Rocks are looking good. We have plenty of thingies coming through. This side is running. These are all running. Excellent. All right, cages go in here. Oh, this should be whitelisted to cage. So now this just needs its honey, which comes from here. That's identical. That's fine. So I think it's just the tall oil that we need to start turning on parts of the system. Yeah, and some of these you can't put barrels in until they... Can't put barrels in until they have a fluid. That's just the way the barreling machine works. It selects a recipe based on its input, I guess. So, let's come up here and let's get this naphtha to tall oil machine going. Oh, I forgot to check what machines I need for that. Oops. It is a light oil refinery. Do I have the stuff for it? No, I don't. What do I need? Oh, I just need some lead. I got lead plates somewhere. Oh, I've got lead plates on rails. They're, right over here. Yeah. Fast rock food over to lead. I'll do 2. Why not? But I believe this is a very straightforward recipe. All right, fluid pickup. Here. Fluid drop off. Here. Ideally in the symmetrical position. Naphtha. And we're gonna have... Can I make that last? I can. I made 2 light oil refineries. Let's see what they look like here. We're turning naphtha to tall oil. So that should pretty much be it. Other than that, it needs to wait until it has a train available. But that'll make naphtha into tall oil, and then we will have tall oil available for our... And yes, it's kind of silly to deliver it by rail from, like, here to here, but... that is just what we're dealing with. All right, so once that delivery happens... yeah, that'll end up in here, and that'll start this one. Here, we can throw more barrels into natural gas. Because, like, natural gas barrels... need to end up, like, everywhere. Just for the sake of loading these... because we have a lot of barrels to get pushed through the system, although I also can do this. Oop, that is more natural gas. Okay. Oh, right, because we're pushing it all out into barrels. That's fine and expected. Hydrogen we're not going to use yet, because hydrogen is needed for the Relisias, which are for actually growing our arqads. It's not for the part that we're doing right now. Okay, so this is going to take a minute for this to process all this in. I guess I could make a couple more of these plants. They're kind of slow. We're not going to use that much oil. It's only like a third of one of those plants per second over here. We just have to wait for it all to, like, you know, buffer for the rails, right? Because, yeah, that needs to be at 25,000 before it'll deliver. What else can I see going on here? Yeah, natural gas barrels are slowly backing up, maybe? Yep, slowly backing up. Oh, and what I was gonna do was actually this, which means that all of these are now on the wrong side. All right. That is probably more barrels than should be in them, but that's okay. Is it okay? Does that make me nervous? Kind of makes me nervous. Here, let's get those extra barrels out of these guys. And I will dump them all here. Like so. I mean, I think it's fine, because we also have to fill up the whole belt of barrels coming back this way. And we have plenty of space to buffer those, so it's probably not a big deal. But, you know, makes me nervous. Well, it looks like we have lots of space for more barrels in the loop. So I will have to go back up to base and grab however many hundreds more barrels for the honey side. Plus tall oil. Cool. Empty honeycomb. I mean, arqads themselves are modules, and I just kind of have to decide where I want to put them. I've got this belt broken, so we're actually not going to feed any of these ones below this first one, because we only need one for starting to roll the queens. It is only once we're making baby bees themselves that we will need the full complement of those. Yeah, coal is only needed for later processing. I think we're pretty much waiting for tall oil. Yep. And while I wait for that, I'm going to go ahead and head up to base. I'm going to grab a bunch more barrels because we need them. And I think that's kind of all I need to do up there is get barrels. I could restock on splitters. One more. Why is steel so slow? That concerns me. Is it broken or is it just slow? I think it's just slow. Cannot wait until I get molten steel set up. That will be exciting. It's rather impressive that I'm still managing to, like, build this base off of that crummy old steel, but... this... oh, this is still running. Okay. We just have enough hot air. I'm always worried about this thing, like, dying on me. The last piece of the crummy, semi-hand-fed hot air setup that I had. Rocks are all rolling? You're red. You're red because you don't have rock food. All the other ones are green, though. Apparently, a couple of these didn't get outserters. That's funny. Make sure all these are properly set to hold all belts. They are. I'll have to check on that. I might need to let a few more into the belt just to keep everything happy. What did I go get? Oh, barrels. Right. Actually, we're gonna want like half of these. I'm gonna need to put thousands more barrels into this whole setup, but for now, let's get this one set up to be able to load as well. Actually, this shouldn't need that many. This should only need like 50, because this one's limited. This one's on this belt, and it's only ever going to put 10 at a time in the loop. Okay. Oh, and we got our tall oil. All right, that is fantastic. Yeah, and since this is only ever going to put 10 at a time in the loop, we only need so many here. We might need another 50, because these do have to buffer, right? Oh, hold all belts. Oops. That's okay. There's a little bit of extra. I think we're probably fine. All right, here we go. Our first comb. Into empty comb and bitumen. Bitumen comes down here, ends up in this, which is gonna back up. Empty comb getting loaded in here. Runs. This is not going to start running until we back up on honeycomb. And this is going to need, yeah, another run of this before it turns on. And then it poop shoots everything out. This one is going to start. That's fine. These are the ones I care about, though. Oh, yeah, there's plenty of these in this loop. That's fine. Oh, that was this turning on. Okay, cool. More honeycomb. Oh, it's going to take so long for me to see kind of like every step go through here. But like everything should have all but one or two of its ingredients. That's the theory anyway. Yep. And the filled honeycomb is preferentially going here. So this is going to have to get backed up before we start pushing it up here. I might turn that off temporarily just so that we can actually see other things running, but I want to see the maggots do their thing. But we do need honey barrels in this system as well. So we are going to have to... here, turn that on. That'll help with the initial sort of backing up of the honey. This is more honeycomb than we need, so... How are we doing down here? Oh, there's like nothing. This is fine. All right, and this is going to start making maggots. Oh, did I sort out the used comb from this? Maybe not. That might be a thing that I need to do. It's not hard. We've already got used comb coming from other things. Here? Yeah, used comb here. Coming down. So I think I could get the used comb out of here pretty easily. Let's just figure that out while I'm thinking about it. Because, yeah, I don't see another outserter. that's set up for this with used comb? No. There we go. That is used comb from this machine. And the maggots are in, so now this just needs honey. So I'm going to turn off this priority. I mean, honestly, this system should self-balance. I probably don't need a priority there at all. This will need a few honeycomb before it... We might need a few more barrels in the natural gas loop. It's absolutely possible that there's not enough in there yet for this to, like, stay saturated once these are pulling through, and we need to wait for the barrels to, like, come all the way back around and get refilled. But we definitely need to start putting them in honey as soon as we have honey available to us. And the maggots are backing up. That's fine. I only have one more of these guys, and I don't want it in here. I could probably be making less... Hey, first honey! There we go! And that should be coming down into this thing. I'm going to go ahead and put a pump on that, just so it's a little more, you know, overall effective. Oh, good, more tall oil. Did we get... We got a couple of honey barrels through. All right, yeah, it's going to take a little bit for us to get enough honey into the system. I'm actually going to flip this output priority now. Now that I've seen this side is doing what it needs to do, and we've got the maggots coming through and it's not backing up, I want to, you know, get this side going, and we need to be barreling honey and getting that through the whole system. Because it's going to take... Yeah, this is going to want to hold on to, like, 10 of the barrels before it even starts letting things go. These are each going to want like half a dozen. So it's going to take a little while before we can saturate this system and see it like properly turn on. And then, yeah, all the used comb ends up down here, where it should be getting turned into wax, and I am concerned that it's backing up. This was red for a second. I swear that indicator was red for a second. Oh, maybe I saw the red of, like, the assembler hand going by. I'm not sure. But yeah, this says that 2 of these should be sufficient to unpack. Oh, this is the wrong... I'm an idiot. Okay. This is why it's backing up. It's not backing up. There we go. Filled comb versus used comb. I was putting the used comb on the filled comb belt. Found a bug. I knew there would be at least one. Yeah, and this honeycomb is... Once this backs up, we'll start turning wax into empty comb, and we'll use that preferentially over bringing in empty comb from the system. We still will need to bring some in, basically all the time, but only a little bit. Okay, cool. This is working on the nest. Beautiful. And I think with only one of those guys going, making nests... Yeah, that'll make enough nests for the queens, and I don't even have to put modules in the rest of these yet. All right. Nest in a barrel. Cool. And those are going to come around here. This probably needs... Oh, no, it only needs 1 nest per run. Okay. And then this is the slow part. Because each of these has a 1% chance of succeeding. And it takes 4 minutes. It is going to take, on average, 400 minutes for my first... No, sorry, 4 minutes is total raw. 140 seconds. Okay, that's better. Just over 2 minutes. Still. Yeah. 200 minutes, 230 minutes, so like almost 4 hours on average. I had very bad luck with my rocks, though, so who knows? Could be worse. But pretty much now this is it. Now we just wait. And eventually it'll poop out queens into this setup. I actually don't want to... Let me pull this back. Nope. Cool. So basically I'm stopping this from ever outputting these guys to the right. Oh no, that broke this. Shoot. Yeah. That can go back here. Yeah. And then I just have to change this when I'm ready for it to be... pushing these up into this part of the system. Whoops. Yeah, let's do that instead of, like, overstuffing these. Let us do what I did last time, and let's put them back on the belt, because I want to have, like, a visualization of how full the system actually is. And when I mess up my belts, can't see that. So this needs biomass and releases coming in from that build that I haven't even started yet. And I don't actually have to start until I'm ready for... to actually need rocks. Or not rocks. Whatever these are. Arqads. Because for now, they... yeah, they're only needed for this part, and we'll need them for this part. We'll need Relicias and Red Hot Coke here. As well as the Queens and arqads from here. So we're going to have Queens coming in on this. We'll need to bring in the output of these guys. Filter out used comb. It's going to be a little bit of a mess. But I think we got plenty of space to do it. And then when I do make the Relicias... How many machines am I going to need for that? 22. Okay, that's not too bad. So we should be able to fit that around here, no problem. This ended up being a much more reasonable size than I expected it to be. Oh, our overall input of empty comb is... Oh, no, that's per minute. This should be fine. I think it's just bursty. And this has completed at least one craft. Yeah, products finished 3. Queens completed 0. That is expected. Okay, I think this is working. Besides needing... obviously a lot more honey to start backing up in the system. We do have some barrels full of honey here. Oh, and I don't know if I fully explained why I did this. I don't want this to waste... I mean, it's only whatever... however many dozen things are here, but, like, eggs are expensive. CDNA is still very expensive. So, even once I get a couple of queens and I start... Well, once I get a couple of queens... Oh, excuse me. Once I get a couple of queens, this will grab them, and these will be ready to go. At that point, I will need to turn on, or just remove this filter, and swap this to output priority left. I'll need to turn on the rest of these machines, or as many of them as I can. And I'll need to get modules in here and get the rest of this built. Because I'm going to need the arqads as an input to this system, along with Relicias. This needs Relicias and biomass. This needs Relicias and Red Hot Coke. I thought there were 2 different steps that need Red Hot Coke. Oh, the eggs. Yeah, this needs Red Hot Coke. Yeah. And the arqads themselves need Red Hot Coke. Did I choose the wrong... Ah, there's 2 recipes. So yes, I did choose the wrong. So yeah, we'll need to bring in Relicias and Red Hot Coke, and then I guess biomass will be a 3rd belt somewhere through this system. And then, yeah, we'll be able to route the output of this, get the barrels where barrels need to go, get the empty comb where empty comb needs to go, or used comb, rather. Because these guys generate used comb, queens don't. Yes, they do. They just don't generate as much used comb as they take? Is that the... I don't remember. There's some part of this system that doesn't fully loop comb, obviously, because we still have a comb input here. Yeah, okay, and this is finally starting to back up wax. Yeah, so pretty shortly this will start to spit out comb from here, and that'll be less... Not that this has a huge amount of, like, input demand, but that will be a little bit less. Of that demand on the system. And I don't want to confidently say that there's enough barrels in this loop yet. It does look like there are, but once other machines start turning on, these ones and these ones, they're going to pull more through the loop. So we probably do need, you know, a couple dozen extras. Yeah. So I think we're probably pretty good on natural gas barrels, like, all in all. But I won't know for sure until I get the whole thing, you know, fully enabled, obviously. I wanted to check real quick if we had any more... Where is it? Arqads? Oh yeah, we got 10 more and 100 eggs, so we can module up some other things. But it is been another hour. It is ad break time, so I'm gonna let Twitch run an ad. I'm gonna top up my water, and then I'm gonna figure out what the heck I need to be doing next with this base. Science is running, bees are running. I might actually be in a decent place. Don't quote me on that, but yeah. Anyway, I'll see everybody in 3 minutes. Okay, welcome back. Thanks for sticking around through the break. I'm going to turn output priority off on this. Well, no, I want it to keep filling up barrels. Let's keep filling up barrels. I think that is a worthwhile part of the loop right now. Oh, you know what? Because these are getting poop shooted out, and these are not. These are stacked on the belt, and these aren't. So I think I actually want... do something like this. And that should make sure that this now properly, well, it's going to take a little while for us to unwind this whole loop of them that are here double stacked. But that should make sure that we're no longer... that we're no longer mixing stacked and unstacked things on the belt, which is going to cause this to keep backing up, because every slot that this moves forward... I mean, it should be okay. Once there's a backup here, it should always choose this side. Right? Is honeycomb fully looped? I don't remember. No, it's not. We make 8 of it, and we loop back 4. So yeah, we want to make sure that we're actually always using honeycomb from the same stackage. I guess I could put the outputs of the comb onto stack inserters, but I haven't even looked into what those costs to make. Oh, lubricant, an iron niobium alloy. Excellent. I think I have the alloy. I don't know about the lubricant. I haven't even researched it yet. Okay. It's out of place in the tech tree. Olefins and oleochemicals. Okay. Not the most... Okay, we're starting to get a few of the arqad nests backed up, which is expected. This machine doing queens can only use like 3/4 or 2/3 of one of these. Yeah, this isn't getting comb because we're still trying to back up on honey barrels, which means we're dumping honey. We're not putting it into maggots. I'll need to keep an eye on this belt. If this belt of maggots starts to look low, I'll have to flip the switch on this and prioritize the other direction again. But for now, I think it's okay. Yeah, I think this just needs time, and I don't think me babysitting it is going to help. So I think while we're waiting to see if anything happens, it would be good to get Religious going. Boop. And let's find a spot for these. Ooh, they actually do fit right here. That just leaves me needing to find a spot for the Red Hot Coke. The Red Hot Coke is just made in an oxygen furnace, and that is not that big of a building, so... Let's do these guys here. And then we do need... I'm going to need to go craft the buildings for these and stuff. We don't actually have them with us. Grab the modules, etc., etc. But I figured it was relatively easy here to, and this should be 22 of these. 22. What does my shopping list say? 22. Okay. Yeah, so let's go grab the Relisias that we're going to need. How many do we actually need? 264. Ouch. 200. 237. Oh, exactly 264. How did I achieve that? Okay. Let's head up to the base. Let's grab the Relisia plantations. Let's grab the... whatever else I need. I'm going to need a couple of botanical nurseries. I'm going to need a couple of soil extractors. I'm going to need that basic oxygen furnace for the Red Hot Coke, even though I'm not going to turn that on yet because it'll just spoil. I do want to make sure that I have a place for it, and I have the system ready to go. I'm going to grab this cDNA, and I'm going to drop it off at B's on my way by. Let's see, I think... an electric boiler and an oil burner. Oh, I have those already, that's fine. Yeah, I think this is pretty much everything I'm going to need there. Oh, and no, I need a composter. And the bots should have most of this stuff. We might need to make some of the Relisia plantations ourselves. But I think all the stuff to make them is straightforward enough. Some glass, some soil. What else do these need? A little bit of treated wood. Steam engine. Lamp. Where's lamp? Lamp. Treated wood is up here. Oh, more soil. I did not get enough soil. Four on the way, 13. That's 17. I need 5 more. Okay. Let's head up here. I have soil up here that's being made specifically for the mall, and we should be able to snag some, Alright, I need... 7 plus 12 is 19. I need to make 3 more. More glass, more soil, more treated wood. That's not treated wood. Treated wood is here. Don't make small parts. More glass, more treated wood, more lamps. Lamps. Treated wood. Glass. Alright, I need to be able to make one more of these by hand, I think. More treated wood, and more glass if I can manage it. I'm not sure if I actually make enough molten glass to do that, but it feels good. Yeah, I've got 21 of those. I need just a little bit more of this. Oh, it thinks there's one on the way. Well, I'm making it anyway. Take that, bot. You don't get to tell me how to live my life. Botanical nursery is the only thing I'm waiting for. That wants some planter boxes. Can I see where it is on the map? Oh, there's so many bots coming and going. The answer is no. I can't tell where it is on the map. So that tells me that it's time to do that. There we go. Alright, that's looking good. I'm not sure why these are so backed up. Did I math wrong on this? That's 24. What does this say? $23 or 22.9. Okay, so yeah, there should be a little extra. But this seems like a lot of extra. Oh, because some of these are just not getting... That's so weird. It's like everything else is set. For like how much it needs per minute, right? Yeah, 23 rock food a minute. That is what YAFC says. And yet... For some reason, the food... Yeah, it seems like in general stuff is not making it all the way around. So I might want to double these numbers, do twice what we need per minute. So that's 548. Oh, that seems like a lot. You know, maybe my issue... Let me do some math real quick. I don't think we should be at that point, but 126... 274... 114... 63... 23... Yeah. So this should be fine. We should be able to push all the materials needed for a whole minute's worth of crafts into the system. And you can see that it does leave gaps, right? The belt is not full. If I doubled that, we would be over. We would be at 20 items a second if I fully double it. If I go to 1.5, then we're at exactly 15 items a second, and that also kind of makes me nervous. But, like, clearly stuff is not making it all the way around the horn, and I'm not sure why. Because, like, this has the Vrock food that it needs. Like, where's all the Vrock food? I mean, I know there's only 23 of them, supposedly, scattered around, but... Because that seems to be the only thing that's, well, yeah, the only thing that's not making it all the way around. Oh, here we go, sap. Okay. So it is multiple things. So yeah, maybe I do need to go 1.5 times all of these. Just so there's more stuff on the sushi belt. And I'm going to do 1.5 minus 1 so that we still do have a little bit of extra space in the belt. What's the actual number? 9. So call that 34. And barrel is 62.9. 1.5. Call that 94. All right. So this is going to want to put a lot more moss on. Which actually seems fine, because a lot of these, like, would take more moss, it looks like. Yeah. So yeah, maybe I had this sushi belt just a little too sparse. And yeah, the moss is going to fill in basically wherever it can as the other stuff gets pulled out and looped around. Which is good. This is what you want, right? You want like a nice mix of everything based off of its like overall demand. And hopefully what we're going to see as this kind of loops a couple more times is it'll balance itself out. Because there's no reason any of these machines should be starving. Yeah, 246 plus 469. 715. Yeah, so that's closer to 12 items a minute. Oh, but that includes... Yeah. I was including the, Did my math wrong there. I was including the cocoons when I just rechecked my math in my head. And that's not including the cocoons. That's... Okay, so this looks better. These guys are spending less time waiting around for stuff. And I think spending more time, like, actually all the way full, which is what we want. Yeah, because, like, this guy's full. He doesn't need anything else anymore. Which was not a situation that we were having before. This guy would like more rock food, and he's gonna get it. This one is pretty close to full. So yeah, this is, I think better than it was. We may never fully saturate on moss, but that's okay. Moss is the lowest priority item anyway, so, like... Or it's the lowest priority, sorry, to be entered, like, into the loop. Just because of how this system works, you have to have a big enough gap that none of these things can fill it. Then moss can push its way in. Okay. I'm going to let that run for a bit. I'll have to check on it and see how it's doing later. How is this doing down here? These are all still running. We still have plenty of... Yep. Yeah, plenty of barrels in the loop. Not worried about the tall oil at all. How's bitumen do? Ooh, are we already, like, filling up on bitumen? Oh, I never put a pump in. Okay, that's part of the problem. Let's fix that real quick. Okay. That's better. We will eventually fill up on bitumen, and it will grind this whole thing to a halt, so I'll need to find a use for bitumen sooner than later. But that's okay. Okay, so how did I say I was doing this with bees? We're doing all of the releases into seeds, and then I'm composting release seeds. Yes, okay. Let's get our 2 botanical nurseries here. These will do release seeds. What's their input? And then the output is, yeah, 1.45. So these guys go out. We do a little splitty. I'll put priority left because that's gonna actually feed the system. There we go. And then the rest of them... Oh, we do need releases going to... What, these guys need releases? Yes. And this needs releases. Okay. Holy crap, that was fast! Heck yeah! How many crafts was that? 26. All right. Where did it end up? Oh, oops. Let's add that deconstruction planner on the right, so I don't have queens sitting around where they shouldn't be. All right, in theory, that means that I can now make eggs. I would need to put a few more arqads in here, and of course we need the releases and the red hot coke. I wasn't expecting to need this part of the build yet, so yeah. Let me see if we have some release seeds. Yeah. Just to bootstrap the releases. And, oh, I need to hook up the hydrogen to them as well. Can I pull that through? Don't love that. Okay. And they need soil coming in on this side. That's just 2 soil extractors. How do I only have 1? Oh, I must have accidentally used one when I crafted something. Well, fortunately, I can make a spare. Okay. 2 of these guys, and they need a little bit of water, which is always kind of annoying, but not super annoying. Okay. And water. And soil. All right. So that'll be soil and seeds into... Oh, and these also need water. Well, well, well. Oops, wrong thing. Alright, it's gonna take a minute for this to, like, fully bootstrap itself, but that's fine. We want the releases to be prioritized left. And otherwise, they come out here, where they will need to be combined with Red Hot Coke. Which is going to come from... Where's that basic oxygen furnace that I had? Alright. Now, the coal gas output of this comes into an oil burner. I guess I can literally do it like that. And we're gonna have a steam, one of these as well, an electric boiler. This one needs a top-up valve because we always want to prefer... Oh, less than 80, that's fine. Because we want to prefer the just burning the coal gas, and then we'll use electric to top it off, basically. But the initial burst of steam will also have to come from electric. That's just the way it works. Alright, now this just needs coal. And then it is Red Hot Coke coming out. These need to not be here. May have made some mistakes where I put some things, but I'm going to make it work. I don't want to tear this down. I don't like tearing things down just because I made a couple of layout mistakes. We learn. We try to do it better next time. Alright, so this is Relicias and Red Hot Coke into this system. Apparently I also need sap to go up there. I forgot about that. I'll have to get that routed around. Not a big deal. The other part of the religious seeds needs to get turned into biomass, which will combine with sap. So let's kind of do this thing like here. How does it have water in it? What did I do? Oh, no, that's bad. Where can I fit this thing? Oh, it fits up here. Cool. Yeah. Because we need that belt to come up here anyway. Okay, so this is going to be Red Hot Coke coming out at a couple of seconds. This is going to be Religious. So we'll have Religious and Red Hot Coke, and then Religious and Red Hot Coke will keep coming along here. Past the rails. And feed into these. We'll also have Queens coming in, and then eventually coming in and merging with this belt of Queens will also be the output of these guys. So that'll be fine. Now, we split the seeds. We prioritize looping seeds back around, obviously. And then the ones that come out come over here. We're going to go up here. To a... Where's the thing? Composter. Let's see. Compost Religious seeds needs... Okay. A third of an inserter. So that's just a gray one. It needs power, of course. And then alongside this, the output of the compost will come in. Maybe on this side. And that will merge with sap. I don't think this needs a water input for this recipe. Regardless, that comes in down here, and that will be sap and biomass, which is like... Yeah, maybe enough that it's worth a regular inserter. And then everything outputs... So that'll be barrels, that'll be arqads, that'll be used comb, and that will also potentially be any spoiled coke, which also needs to be dealt with. At this end here. I mean, normally I would do this with loops, and maybe I still will. Yeah, because these are both side-loaded. So if I actually do loop this around, and I'm going a little bit big on the loop, which I don't necessarily love, but it's a big loop. There we go. So that'll still prioritize all that stuff, and then I need to pull coke out. And put it... I don't know. For now... Coke goes here. Which, as always with these setups, I'm not super proud of doing that, but gets the job done until I figure out, like, I'm going to need to have the right rail stop for it and whatever else. So there is. Alright, Religias are still turning themselves on. That is fine. I'll need to bring sap up to go alongside the biomass here. Red Hot Coke needs the coal to come up as well, so both of those need to come up along here. That was a little too far, probably, but that's okay. Alright, so this will be sap coming up here. These guys need the sap and the biomass, even though they're not turned on yet. These guys will need Red Hot Coke, Religias, and more arqads. And then I just need to get coal coming on down, and we're going to be pulling in only, like, one black inserter again. Or gray inserter, or whatever I call them. Oh, yeah, we're not making that much of this. We can use a gray inserter here. This building is only 0.055% used. Yeah. Alright, that'll be coal coming in to make Red Hot Coke. Which I should turn off until we're ready for it, but I just want to, like, see it turn on. And then on the output side here, we just kind of need to take the whole mess out and filter it. I have really let the spaghetti win here, but that's okay. All right, so here's arqads. They need to come down here. And go in there. And that'll put them on the back side of this belt. Yes, because the front of the belt is where the queens are going to end up, or the outside, so we want the arqads themselves on the inside. And then, what are our other outputs from this potentially? Empty barrels, arqads, and just straight up coke. Okay. If we get straight up coke, I think we just want to put it... Do we just put it on the sushi belt? So that it gets... No, I should give it a belt. I should give it a belt. Do it like right here. So I need coke. Oh, that doesn't fit. Okay. That fits though. There. That shouldn't be that much, ever. Well, maybe. And then... Hey, first red hot Coke. Huzzah. Oh, and this also makes ash. That's fine. We will also just take care of ash right here. Okay. That all looks fine. So what's left that can be on this? Barrels and used comb. Okay. Those are both things that we have outputs for. Yes. So barrels can just get side-loaded onto this one. So that'll be barrels. And then the used comb is just like that. Okay. That is some spaghetti. For sure. Red Hot Coke lasts 2 hours? Okay. Alright, if I do put... Oh, the religious aren't turned on yet. Fully. Yeah, religious are still backing themselves up. That's going to take a minute. Let me go see if we've caught up on the religious here, if I can steal from them again. Yeah, I absolutely can steal some religious. I just want to make sure that all the output routing of this works correctly, and that our eggs end up in the right place, our barrels end up in the right place, and our queens end up in the right place. Oh, we might need 2 outserters for this, because this is like 1.5 items a second. Although, red inserters are pretty fast. Oh, and I also need to handle coke on this output. This is not dealing with coke as a possibility. Alright, well that works. I'm going to turn off Red Hot Coke for now because I don't want to just be burning through this coal, turning it into coke that I don't need. So yeah, I need to take care of the coke output down here, and I think I'm going to take this whole thing and like pull it over there. That way I can do coke here. All right. That should be the only, yeah, trash from that. From this one, yeah, coke is the only trash. No trash from these. Our queen is looped back around. It wants to burn through more arqads to make more maggots, but I don't want to do that. Oh, yes, I... Wait, what are you waiting for? You're waiting for maggots. Why? Oh, because you're up here. Okay. Yeah. Let's, all right, there we go. That should do what I want now. It'll prioritize these ones over pulling from this, and it'll let barrels back up sort of in the loop system as necessary, which is what we want. Okay. Well, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. I need 80 flippin' arqads to turn everything on. But other than that, I think this is working. Red Hot Coke is probably inefficient the way it's set up. I'm kind of assuming that my arqads will never back up, and that won't ever be a problem. But, like, this absolutely is just going to spit out coke at a slow rate if I'm not careful with it. And I do need to keep that in mind. I'm probably going to need... I might need to either extend this or add another side thing here with more stations. Because we will want ash to be on a station, and we'll want the coke byproduct to be on a station as well. That is not a tonight problem, that's for sure. But this does seem like it is working. I want to let maggots back up. We're making plenty of... See, this is making me nervous how much this is... Alright, it might be fixed now. It might no longer back up. Because I think we've kind of unraveled all of the ones that were stacked from using the poop chute from this one. So hopefully we're not stacking anymore. and we'll catch up on this loop again. But this loop of them backing up was starting to make me nervous, because I really don't want this to back up, obviously. Okay. Oh, you need more bees. Do I have more bees? How's the bee production over here going? I've got 22 more. All right, let's go. May as well go grab those. We can turn back on that third machine and start moduling the next things. And of course, the eggs are good for rolling queens, because we're going to need to roll for a bunch of queens. That's just the life we're going to be living in. So I think when I built this, I do need to also get some... I think when I built this, I did plan a couple of pickup stations, right? Yeah, we have the fluid pickup station for the bitumen, because that's feeding wax into the system. And then I do have, okay, I have 2 solid pickup stations. So I think one of these is for the arqads themselves, and one of them was for ash. And I didn't think about coke, because it doesn't show up in YAFC, the potential trash product. So I might only need 1 extra station. I mean, I could put coke here, but then I don't have a pickup station for honey. And I'm not... I think I want a pickup station for honey, question mark? I'm actually not sure. Where are they? There we go. All right, I've got 6 in there, 10, 20, 30, 60 more. Do we have enough cDNA to make 60 more? Probably not, but we will be able to start breeding them eventually, so... Let's see, each one of these needs 3 cDNA. No, we do not have enough cDNA for 60 more. That is the easy answer. Because 60 more is 180 cDNA. But we probably don't need to. Honestly, at this point, we probably have enough... going into... enough in the system that I can, you know, I can move some around as modules if I have to, and whatever I need to do to get just a couple of these, one of these bootstrapped, right? I really only need like 10 more. And then once one of these is running, once we have a couple of queens in the system, we will be good to go. But it's going to take a while until we breed a second queen. Once the system is fully running and it's prioritizing... Here, we can actually flip over to YAFC. Once the system is fully running and we're prioritizing arqads over queens, this will only be running the queen plant at about 2/3. But that still is enough to give us 2.5 milliqueens per minute. Let's put that back into seconds. 41 microqueens a second over. Which is about 3 times the production that it thinks it needs, which is good. So that should hopefully be enough to keep it from crashing out. All right. Well, I'm going to call it here. This is, I mean, I consider this a huge success, getting this build done, finally, so I'm happy. Thanks to everybody who's tuned in. It's always really appreciated. Thanks to everyone who watches these on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube and want to watch live, there's a link to my Twitch down in the doodly-doo. And if you are watching on YouTube and feel like feeding the algorithm at all, it really does help the visibility of the channel when you do that. So thanks again, everybody. Next time, I have no idea what the priority is. Probably figuring out the next horrible thing I need for Pi Science 2. But yeah, I'll see y'all in the next one.